Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements: be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card, you must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.ncra.gov.gh nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. Don't me call one casa.
Ever goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Obek Kanukre. Susu sang kwai bia want on am bia man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Wabra yan shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for first transaction. With the send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
The European Union started probably where we are now, and yet they were able to integrate. I am not old enough to know where the United States started, but I suspect that they saw the opportunity of being a united, conglomerated United States, and therefore implemented that vision.
Africa is endowed with so many natural resources, yet some local economies keep suffering, and to some extent others are facing extreme hunger. Today on BizTech, my guest is Busi Mabusa, the chair of the Global BRICS Business Council, and she tells us how Africa can unlock its potential. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante. You're welcome to BizTech.
Thank you so much, Ernestine. I appreciate the opportunity.
So tell us how Africa can unlock its potential.
So, Ernestine, the fact that many nations, even outside of the BRICS nations, have such a keen interest on the African continent is precisely because of the endowment that we have in the mineral resources that we have underground, and secondly, the very youthful population that we have as a continent. Unfortunately, what has happened to date is that we export raw materials and then we import them as finished goods which costs the continent immeasurably. I am pleased that a number of the presidents of our various nations have now started singing in one voice, and they are saying to the nations, whatever you need, come and beneficiate it here on the continent. I'm even more pleased that the African Continental Free Trade Area has now kicked into implementation mode. We're seeing more and more business people now engaging on the African Continental Free Trade Area, because this is the only way that we're going to be able to unlock the opportunity by creating regional value chains, inviting investors to come and invest in this continent and beneficiate in the continent. And I am so pleased that here at the AfriExim annual meeting, we are already looking forward to a prosperous continent, and these steps will get us to that prosperity.
So how can businesses take advantage of AFTA? Because there are some challenges and people are not willing to come forward.
So the challenges are being ironed out. The challenges will have to be there because we are moving from, for example, in terms of logistics, a continent where shipping goods from one country to another would mean at each border there'd be a stop, there'd be different documentation, there would be all manner of requirements. As a result, taking inordinately long to get the goods from the point of shipping to the destination. Now we are talking about a seamless border control measures. Those are still discussions, but they will be realized because there are technology platforms that make this possible already. And of course, we had different standards, different tariffs, and all of those engagements that are now happening on that front will help unlock. It will take a while, but I think the will is there, and therefore it's up to us how quickly we can accelerate. There are examples all over the world. The European Union started probably where we are now, and yet they were able to integrate. I am not old enough to know where the United States started, but I suspect that they saw the opportunity of being a united, conglomerated United States, and therefore implemented that vision.
Now let's talk about Agri-parks. What's your take on that? Do you think we need to become onboarded and start the creation of Agri-parks?
So, Ernestine, it is an imperative that we get the common African Agri-parks right for a number of reasons. We have the best arable land compared to any other continent in this world, yet we import in the order of 80% of the food that is consumed in this continent from other countries outside of the continent. So we're not even able to export to each other within the continent. And in my view, the fact that we've combined the concept of the common African agri-parks with research through FARA will enable us to start implementing. The expertise is there. If you look further south, there are very successful commercial farmers that have been there for many years. If you look at the partnerships, if I may use the example of the BRIC nations, all 4 of the BRIC countries, Brazil, Russia, India and China, are amongst the top 10 exporters of food products into the rest of the world. So there are lessons that we can learn there. There are technologies that we can share and make sure that we start implementing. If we now start moving across the borders and look at a common agri-park, we'll be able to then combine into size and scale that starts making sense for any investor. The Indian authorities were able, just in July 2022, to attract over $2 billion to their Agri-parks as investment. Africa is much more, I think, attractive than India, and the opportunity is there for us to take.
What was the estimation? How much are we looking at for Africa Agri-parks?
So the order and magnitude I don't have at my fingertips at the moment, but if you look at it the other way, Ernestine, it is reported that we import in the order of $80 billion worth of food into the continent. $80 billion worth. Now, if that is a starting point, that we as a continent can aim to substitute those imports worth $80 billion, then it's an opportunity way beyond my lifetime. And I hope that you as young people are going to be pursuing that. In addition, we should be at a point in no time at all, I think in a matter of a decade, where we can start exporting the produce that we are able to cultivate in the African continent. Already we see, for example, the Southern African countries competing on avocado produce that they're exporting to the European Union and other areas, competing on citrus produce. And I won't even talk about the coffee that everybody wants in the world because of its quality. We need to go back to the basics and make sure that we grab this opportunity with both hands.
Talking about the local farmers, one of their major concerns has been access to fertilizers. What can we do to make sure that fertilizers are available for them to continue working?
So it is a pity that once again we have the mineral resources, the phosphates, for example, if you look at fertilizers that are phosphate based, the reserves, I think over 80% of the reserves underground of phosphates are in the African continent. Of course, mostly in Morocco and Egypt belt, a little bit in Southern Africa. And yet we import the majority of the fertilizer that is needed in the continent. If I may use South Africa as an example, there are a couple of companies, still small in the scale of the need in the continent, that are producing fertilizers. And we've done everything possible to make sure that we protect that production and preserve it. The next challenge is going to be how do we expand the production of fertilizers in the continent. Morocco is doing it very successfully, and I think where we have the natural resources underground also, we should start producing. But I suspect that there may be other technology and innovation that you as young people can look to ensure that we are beneficiating our resources and producing the fertilizers that we need. The BRICS nations are currently talking, and this will be discussed further during August when we host the BRICS nations in South Africa, currently talking about ensuring fertilizer availability in the continent. We have India, we have China that have expertise in the production of fertilizers. We want them to bring their investment into the continent and help us produce here for the continent.
The conversation is getting interesting. We are taking a quick break. When we come back, we talk about the upcoming BRICS summit and how we can end the influx of substandard pharmaceutical products.
everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved. Welcome back from the break. My guest is the Global Chair of BRICS Council. So let's talk about the BRICS Summit, which is upcoming in August, right? Okay, so what should we look out for?
So we're very excited because this is going to be the first time that the BRICS nations meet in person since 2019 in Esteem. And so there is this pent-up demand for us to have the person-to-person interaction that you and I are having now at the moment. But the BRICS Business Council is putting together a program that we hope will be meaningful for our partners and for the continent. The theme, of course, as has always been the case, is BRICS and Africa, partnership for global sustainable development and inclusive multilateralism. And under that theme, we as the BRICS Business Council are looking at sector-focused engagements with business. And I'm here to actually invite our African counterparts to come and join us. Flagship events are going to be around energy, a very important need for the continent. Agriculture. You have already touched on the agribusiness opportunity that we have in this continent. And the third one will be skills development, pertinent for the continent that is so youthful, so aspirational, and ready to grab the opportunity. And we have had engagements to date in various working groups, and some of our working groups include areas such as aviation, infrastructure, an area of great need, and I already talked about energy and the green economy. And we want business to come and first of all showcase to them. We want to showcase the investment opportunity in this continent. We want to showcase to them the innovation that this continent offers. So there'll be buying missions where we'll be taking people to different nodes to see what products they can get from us, what services they can actually purchase from us, and of course where they can invest for a return. And following that, then we'll have the sector engagements with specific outcomes. We are hoping, of course, to have to launch an African Center of Energy Excellence. And this relates to the just energy transition, because we want to ensure that as people pay more and more attention to the impact of the carbon footprint, that we don't do it in a way that then leaves the African continent outside of developments. We need to make sure that we didn't have the carbon, we didn't cause the problems that we're seeing in terms of climate change. We are an energy hungry continent, and therefore we should be funded towards a just transition. And this Center of Excellence will assist us in ensuring that we've got data to challenge the other nations to invest.
So how do we stop the influx of substandard pharmaceutical products on our market?
So the engagements on tariff and non-tariff barriers are very, very important. And I'm most pleased and esteemed that industry is involved already in those engagements. And I believe that that will assist in ensuring that we set up protocols that that allow for the locking out of these substandard products that we've seen coming into the continent. We need to make sure that the producers of pharmaceuticals actually sign to protocols for ethical business conduct if they are wanting to import into the continent. But finally, I'm excited about the investment that we're seeing in the continent of pharmaceutical production. And the African Development Bank, I'm aware, is spending quite a lot of energy and resources to ensure that we start producing ourselves. And I believe that these opportunities will start displacing the substandard.
Thank you very much, Busi Mabusa, for joining us on Best Tech today.
Much appreciated, Ernestine.
I hope you've learned a thing or two and how Africa can unlock its potential. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante. Best headlines follows.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea products na dey makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramientra the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine beer one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nanya £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. We just send this guy a coffee. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat.
Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.
Nothing is done about climate change in the next 3 to 5 years. I'm not an angel of doom. I will assure you that we will need air conditions to walk on the street because the trend that we are seeing suggests that the temperatures will keep increasing.
Warming waters and plastic waste have contributed significantly to the depletion of fish stock in global waters. The situation is not any different in Ghana, and artisanal fishermen are the ones suffering the brunt of this. According to the World Bank, about 25% of Ghana's potential catches may be lost to climate alone. How bad is the situation, and what are some of the challenges of fishermen? We are here at the Jamestown beach to find out from some fishermen and some fishmongers.
Climate change appears to have created havoc and affected lives in many ways, but this has come to be as a result of human activities which have over time contributed largely to the emission of excessive greenhouse gases and increased volumes of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Over the years, the Earth has trapped a lot of heat which has translated to increased temperatures. Ghana's waters have been affected resultantly and at a rather massive rate. While small-scale fisheries and aquaculture barely have contributed to climate change, that sector has now become one of the biggest victims of climate change. Fish, which serves as protein for many in Ghana, is gradually being depleted in Ghana's water owing to migration, and some species are becoming extinct gradually. Why has this come to be, and how badly is it impacting on fisherfolk in Ghana?
Sometimes you go to the sea is very cool, so the species in the sea cannot be in the deep of the sea, so they come to the surface of the sea. Then we can be able to make the catch from them. So normally when we go to the sea, when the sea is very cool, we make the catch. But for now, due to the climate change, the sea has also changed to become hot. So all these fishes and the species used to go down the sea. So when you go there, it takes us a lot before we made a catch. Somewhere in the 70s, when you go to fishing, in the 75 and then the 80s, when you go to the sea, you can see during the seasonal time, we call it obue in our Ghana language. When you go there, you see the herrings and then the salmons and then all these species around. They are in order. Whatever you prefer, you go for it and then made your cast and then catch your fish and then you go away. But for now, when we go, the species are in deep, so we bow down our head deep, looking down the sea to search for all these species before we made a cast.
See, and difference happen is a pono assassin. Says Apono assassin. First, you're quiet to me who number a soro. A 2 year who number pa and son at all netting. And they quite number who been at all netting. There, what then by a fine? Only 2 year quiet, and what then a bassa. And you number call we be.
Oh, no, yes, honesty. Now, Saturday, no more pa, a couple 9 yanam. Say a couple, got 3 days. A comedy corner, I want to see. I got 3 days now, about 3 days, every 3 days, 4 days now. I call I got you number. Saturday, Nami Papa, Papa Munamu couple, your best one. Now I'm the echo, and yet, I call Saturday is near couple 9 yanam pass the city. I call the around corner, on say around corner, and yanam.
Nadintina aside in run or then biomtina of Munyanam.
Oh, put in Caesarian yanam a couple a blepa. First, every week and I 2 once and I had yanam. Cecilia called the
Bene bon lo home, no me show me your juba, no make at the wag be or low. Befe bene will ever check wouldn't can have a wag be or low juba, then check I say. Obue biami tomoneke biamini mate skone abana kan bani jig madu molo hu ka beni abana ma fan lo neke biamini fe ne wonje alilo agbelo sloti anwo hu dali wa so ba bote obu emi denche She kaje afi kuma yunokba she bi anichiri wotane. Mi show me lo etese. Ana
an expert and lecturer at the Department of Marine and Fisheries Sciences at the University of Ghana, Legon, Dr. Andrews Ejekumhene, explained that extreme temperatures in the atmosphere is making the conditions in the sea inconvenient for fishes, leading to migration.
The climate is changing, as most of us are aware, and the driving force or the number one culprit is the fact that we are introducing a lot of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Carbon dioxide is coming about through the atmosphere as a result of man's activity, like the release of fossil fuel. Now, there are gases in the atmosphere called greenhouse gases. Their main role is to trap this heat and make life on Earth bearable. It is important because that heat helps plants to photosynthesize. It helps us to even dry our clothes when. So the point is that it is a fact that the climate is changing. One of the key effects of climate change, as we know, is increasing temperatures. And that is where the impact on the marine system comes in. Every organism, including man, have a temperature range within which we are most active, and that is true for animals also in the ocean. Now, with the changing climate, this temperature range has been exceeded. We are having temperature extremes, and that is making life in the ocean unbearable. Imagine you in a car with the windows rolled up and the sun at its hottest best. You can imagine how uncomfortable you are. So first of all, animals in the marine environment are very uncomfortable because of this increase in temperature. For fish, they can be stressed. Every animal can be stressed, just like human beings can also be stressed. So when the temperatures are high, the first thing that's setting is that the animals are stressed, including fish. Now, every animal also lives in a habitat. A habitat is just an area where the animal operates best. When the temperatures increase to a certain range, these habitats begin to be impacted. And once a habitat is impacted, two things will have to happen. The animal will have to move and find a comfortable area to live, or they die off. So one of the other impacts of climate change on marine life is migration. They either move from the area or they die. And that is why now we don't have a lot of fish in our system than it used to be. I always discuss with fishermen and I ask them, is it possible that the surface waters are too hot for your fish and so they have gone into deeper waters where your nets cannot get to? Because we have other vessels coming and they get the fish all right. So how come our local fishermen are not getting? The waters are hot and the fishes have gone deeper.
Aside from this, he said climate change has contributed largely to the bleaching of coral reefs and fish food, which disturbs the ecosystem of the sea and in turn impacts on marine life.
In the marine environment called coral reefs. Coral reefs are one of the most biodiverse ecosystems because they provide habitat for several and different species of animals, including fish. All the ornamental fish you see in aquaria come from the coral reefs. Now, whenever the marine environment is heated up, these coral reefs bleach. And the bleaching is just that they give out their color. There's an organism in there called zooxanthellae. When it's heated up, it expels the color and the coral becomes white. So you see the coral as bleached. That's the scientific term, coral bleaching. When this happens, that ecosystem is not conducive again for any marine animal at all. The climate is affecting the food for the fish. Some of the fish feeds on, we call them zooplanktons and phytoplanktons. They are microscopic organisms. They are driven by temperature. If the water is too hot, these organisms will just leave the area. And like humans, I always use humans as reference to make it easy to associate with. Every animal also moves with food, water, So where the food is, that is where the animals will go. So if these phytoplanktons are moving as a result of temperature, then the fish is going to follow. And so if they were in area A, now the temperature is hot, they will move to area B. And if we can't get there, then they become inaccessible to us.
Dr. Jekumhene also noted that climate change is one of the reasons rare species sometimes die and are washed ashore in Ghana's waters.
Basic physics, or let me say elementary science, told us that water, when it's heated, can hold less oxygen than when water is colder. In the same way, turbulent water can also get more oxygen than when it's calmer. So there are some dynamics. If you are saying that climate is heating the water, it stands to think that the oxygen content might also be going down. And so it can cause the fish to be stressed up. The fish and then the dolphins that were washed ashore in Ghana recently, my department, Marine and Fishery Science, we put some scientists on it. I was part of the team. And it came out clearly that the animals were just stressed. Okay. There were no heavy metals, no pollutants that were affecting them. It was just stress from the environment. The oxygen level had gone down. At the same time, somewhere in the developed countries, they saw a dead pool. When we say dead pool, it's a layer of the sea where the oxygen content is so low that no organism can survive there. We saw a dead pool like that migrating through the seas. So when the animals are stressed, some of these happenings or events will occur.
At the Jamestown beach, fishers noted how plastic waste has affected them.
Ugochi namwa na udu net na ana hook ni kuma na eru ankwa na udba ni nam bia ni o.
But first o couple no na sana net.
Sata mi na mi couple de nam wo pa sata ye papa mu fo de sata ye papa mu na mu call. De bia na mu di nam ba.
But na rubber ne sanya manyema wo.
Nim anum sata na mpodum ye quality pa. Sisi no say ukokole na sa beach na won say amu ye say beach ni nya fa mponu sanso ni topa no se pitch na nsuna afa ona ko room no akọ nampe mponu nya ya ra nkwa na diba.
So what is the way forward? Dr. Jekumhene highlighted some very important ways climate change can be remedied and how to stop the menace of plastic waste in Ghana.
If nothing is done about climate change in the next 3 to 5 years, I'm not an angel of doom. I will assure you that we will need air conditions to walk on the street because the trend that we are seeing suggests that the temperatures will keep increasing. That's why the research conducted shows that by 2050, there will be more plastic in the marine environment than fish. So I tell my students that we should try to start developing digestive system that can digest fish. Because very soon you buy KK 2 cedis and you have to buy plastic 3 cedis because there will be no fish for you to eat with. But that is how bad the situation is. Few interventions can help with climate change. One of it is awareness. If people are aware of what brings carbon dioxide into the environment, maybe we get some of them stopping it. If people are aware of how they can, in their daily activities, help to prevent or remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere, maybe they can help. And then if I know that by planting a tree, I'm helping to clean the atmosphere of carbon dioxide, then we can plant trees. But again, we need policies. Everything seems to come down to policies because you can try to connect the dots and you realize that policy needs to come in. If I'm planting a tree today, and my grandchild cannot sit under the shade because someone is going to cut it, then I'm not doing anything. So we need policies that are going to make the environmental system well catered for. My learned brothers, the lawyers will say that let the punishment fit the crime. If someone is cutting a tree, what are we doing to the person? But here you see people felling the trees all over. So there's not even, I was speaking to a restoration company, I don't want to mention their name, and they told me that we are supposed to plant trees, but we don't even have the encouragement because we know that tomorrow someone who didn't even take part will come and fell it. I know a lot of African countries that have banned the use of plastic. There are other countries that say we will not ban outright the use of plastics, but let us ban single-use plastics. But in Ghana, anything goes. We are using every type of plastics, and because it is also cheap and sometimes free, that is why we discard it easily. So if you will use the plastic, let's put a value to it. You buy the plastic that you use. I was in Gami's hometown, Rwanda. I bought corn. They put it in a paper bag for me. You can't send plastic into that country. Ghana can. We have a lot of examples to learn from by way of policy. If we had these policies in place, that would be a first step. And then we can look at how we can clean what is already there.
So at this point, I'm going to buy some fish from our father Niyama, and he's going to tell me the difference between what it was before and what it is now. Pachometon am 50 cedis. But you can say 50 cedis and kinda na woko fish. And 50 cedis and nature me difference.
First time you compare, we better than 50 cedis. When you wait to say we 50 cedis. That time they near me boy this. They say they are near boy edi. Wow, it is we better 50 we make to match me. Emi no ama we na me ma wo. Me to no say me na 150 300. And say we better me person ma 50. Me we me na ma give am.
So what he's saying is before now, before now, if I was buying 50 cedis fish, it would be the entire thing in the pan. But because they don't get fish now, this is the amount of fish I'm getting for 50 Ghana cedis.
Into mama we ma too so ma come. My old friend.
So this is 50 cedis worth of fish, and we have noticed the vast difference according to him, what was and what is now. So we know how dire the situation is. In a few years to come, if we do not deal with the issue of climate change, we probably may not have any fish to buy. My name is Wanda Amihegan, reporting for GhanaWeb TV.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
The Katamasi War was led by the Akans. So each and every war, the Akans led and fought. And so the Adi, that the Bell have no choice than to give leadership to these people.
The two Kabiawes, Yumo and the Chuchu, we have specific performance in Anglo. If you go to Anglo today, you have a place called Ago. Yeah. If you go there, you see some old tortoise shell. Yes. That tortoise shell, we have it in our storerooms in Adan here. It's have a very good connection there.
I believe Adan tilapia is the best in the whole world because this is not the one that is being real. This is the natural tilapia. The taste is different. If a child eats it, it will not get kwashiorkor.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I came and make repair on my bicycle. It cost me about 400. More than that, I didn't finish.
So if the bicycle spoil and the person don't have money, how is he going to repair it?
Anytime I want to go to any place, I do not pay any transportation because I have the right.
Okay, this one is 600.
So we will entreat all riders to always ride with safety in mind and make sure they ride with safety gears like helmets.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. We just send this guy a coffee. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
It's a good time for the NDC to come back to power, because if the economy is that bad, would you be able to fix it when you return?
We're not definitely going to fix it, but slowly.
Slowly.
We'll fix it in a better way.
Welcome to our second part of our conversation with Mr. Kojo Bonsu. It's been interesting so far. The first part, we talked about his days in Kumasi, growing up in Kumasi, in Tamale as well, and his time in the UK, where instead of going to school, decided to hustle on the streets of the UK. But ended up becoming a very successful man through that. Made a lot of money at a very young age, he says. And we also touch base with his attempts to be flag bearer, the chances of the NDC in the upcoming elections. We're 16 months away or so to a major election. The chances of the NDC, the role that he wants to play on the NDC.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health Dear products Nadia makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quanyeton, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Brahmi ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements: be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card, you must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I came and make repair on my bicycle. It cost me about 400. More than that, I didn't finish. So if the bicycle is spoiled and the person don't have money, How is he going to repair it?
Anytime I want to go to any place, I do not pay any transportation because I have the right.
Okay, this one is 600 cedis.
So we will entreat all riders to always ride with safety in mind and make sure they ride with safety gears like helmets.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
I don't me call one kasa.
Ever goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now, oh,
Obek canocre. Susu sang pine, dear one ton and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Extinguishing in Suya. Unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. With this send this download to Lemonade Finance.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
What's it about the NDC that you love?
Everything. I mean, no discrimination. We're all one. We love our people. If you are doing well and they think you can do something, they push you.
Hi, good day and welcome to another edition of The Lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Ojo. Today, my guest is a man who wears many hats. He's different things to different people. Sometimes he's a businessman, sometimes he's a sports administrator, and to others, he's a politician. Recently, he made a bid to lead the National Democratic Party, Congress Party, as its flag bearer. And while that did not go the way he envisaged, we would have a conversation about his general life as a politician and a civil servant of many, many years. He's done some incredible things in his life, and we are going to have a delve into it and explore his life a bit more. Today, my guest is Mr. Kojo Bonsu, who is former mayor of Kumasi, which he prides himself very much for. He's also a former director of the National Sports Authority. He's one-time aspiring president of the Ghana Football Association. He's also managed GOIL in the past. He's worked for Adidas in the past. So, as you know, he's a man of many parts. Sir, good day and welcome to the show.
Good day.
Did I get some of your accomplishments right?
Yes.
Most of them.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for your time. How have you been the last couple of weeks? It's been only a few weeks since the NDC Congress. where you were aspiring to be the flag bearer of the party. As we all know, that didn't go the way you envisaged. But have you overcome the disappointment? Have you moved on?
Oh yes, definitely I've moved on. I was just resting.
Okay.
Because to be in the nooks and crannies of this country, we did 18,000 kilometers and it's a lot.
Wow.
So after that I wanted to rest. And I've had enough rest. Thank you.
So you mentioned covering this country over 18,000 kilometers. Were there things that were different from when you were growing up? I read that you grew up partly in Kumasi and also went to school in Tamale. So
that is right.
Were there things that are different? Have things gotten worse than when you were growing up?
Yeah, I mean, I thought things would have changed. I used to go to areas like Chiriponi, Substitution, Bompurugu Yongyo, and all those places. In the morning, you see kids not rushing for the rush hour school, you know. It's a percentage of them that will do the rush hour school thing. The rest, about 10 o'clock, that you see that people must be in school. You see them walking, loitering about or following cattle and, you know, doing other things. That is what really touched my heart because I believe that at that age, you know, age between 12 and 10, it should be serious school age.
Okay.
You see them walking about. That is what really touched my heart because I believe that we should be doing something about it.
Okay. Is it something that reinforced all the things that you saw that touched your heart? Did it reinforce your decision to want to be a flag bearer and to be a change agent as a politician?
Definitely. Something touched my heart, and there are a lot of things that Ghana is supposed to have done up to this point that we haven't done.
Right.
So that is what encouraged me to become a change person for the system.
Okay.
If you go to Rwanda, things are different.
People always mention Rwanda.
Yeah, because it's Africa.
Okay.
So you can't compare Ghana to Germany or France.
Okay.
All you have to do is do an African comparison.
Okay.
And it's Rwanda. Things are different there. And I think it's a model that we can always pick here, and it's doable that it can be done. Only that we are not enforcing it.
Many say our democracy and our politicians have failed us. I mean, your party's been in power before, there's been other parties. Is it a collective failure as a country?
Let's not talk about failure.
Okay.
It is, I call it indiscipline.
Okay.
It is total indiscipline that is in this country, that we haven't enforced certain things. I mean, let me give you an example. We drive on the right, or on the left? On the right, okay?
Yeah.
Everybody is supposed to be driving on the right. You see motorbicycles, instead of moving with you to the right direction, they face you.
Okay.
So they go to the opposite direction. And that is, I see that as totally indiscipline.
Okay.
Because if you kill somebody, you have killed somebody, you face the law. But the thing is that people don't even think that if you do that and you kill the person, it is fault.
Okay.
Nobody's looking at that. On a dual carriage road, on the right side and the left side, all cars, motorbikes, everything moving should be on the right side moving. And on the left side coming, everybody should be. But you see that where you're going, somebody is coming to face you, a motorbike.
Yeah.
I see that as total indiscipline in the system.
Okay. So the police is supposed to enforce that. So in this case,
it's not the police,
is it
the government.
The government
is supposed to enforce it through the agencies like police.
The people who don't know that is even wrong or illegal.
That is the thing.
Okay.
So it brings about the indiscipline in the system.
Okay.
That is why I would love a situation where every student that is leaving school, that is finished university or SS, would do a 2-year national service with the military for discipline.
2 years?
2 years.
Not even 1 year?
No, normally they do 1 year now.
Yes.
2 years would do.
That conversation it's not the first time I'm hearing this. I mean, people have mentioned that in the past, but there are the other people on the other side who say even the military, which used to be the yardstick of discipline, has lost that reverence that we had for the military?
They haven't really lost it. I mean, it's the kind of training they give to the people. As for the training, they have it. But you have so many bad nuts that have gone in there, but I don't think they've lost it.
Okay.
We can revive it like the way the British do the Sandhurst training.
Okay.
That is what I believe that should be done in this country.
So in the future, if you were to be president, that's something that you will enforce?
It's part of my manifesto.
Wow.
Every student, whether you're going to do law, you're going to do medicine, you're going to be an accountant, your first 2 years before you get a certificate to go and do law, to go and do medicine, you have to come through the military training for 2 years as a national service.
You think that is going to reset our discipline and everything?
It's not going to do it 100%, but at least it's going to bring us closer to people changing their lifestyles.
Okay.
Go to the ministry. People are supposed to start work at 8 o'clock. 11 o'clock, a scheduled officer is not in yet. When he gets to the office, what is coming to do? Like, not me mommy Harry. Not my sister Harry into the call hospital. I mean, it's not an excuse.
Okay. But do we necessarily need the military training to do that? Like you said, it's discipline.
Well,
it's somebody who...
You see, the reason why I'm saying military training, at least you pick the sense of it.
Okay.
You pick the idea that people need to understand certain things. And that kind of military rigor training will push you into that system.
Okay.
So you come to understand how you do the things right.
Okay. Let's backtrack a bit and go into your upbringing. You born in Kumasi, Ashanti, born in Kumasi, raised in Kumasi, and then went to secondary school in Tamale. How did that happen? What was your childhood like? Are you born with a silver spoon in your mouth?
Yes,
from a
I was
wealthy
born
family?
with a silver spoon in my mouth.
Oh, really?
I lived at the presidency.
Oh, really?
In Kumasi, yeah, the Flagstaff House.
Okay.
Luckily, my mother, my senior sister, at that time hadn't had the baby yet. So I was giving to her to live, and the husband was the director of protocol to Kwame Nkrumah.
All right.
So I lived in the Flagstaff House, bungalow number 4. I'm sure if you follow Ghana history, that bungalow number 4 is where they did the Kankan Yami.
Oh.
So I've lived there, you know, I lived a very luxurious life in a presidential way.
Wow.
Yeah.
You know, people like you, they say you've not struggled, so sometimes you can't identify with the ordinary people.
But I have struggled a lot.
Have you?
In life.
If you were born with a silver spoon in your mouth.
It doesn't matter. Life, it's a long term.
Okay.
Okay. BRICS at points.
Okay.
When my father passed on, fine, my sister and the husband were still in top positions, and I really enjoyed that. But at a point in life, when I needed the most, it was like they were not there, and I had to start suffering, working hard. My mother died at an age that I had just finished my O-levels, and I used to travel worldwide with my mom.
Okay.
And suddenly I'd lost it. So life...
Was it a rude awakening?
Yeah.
It was a rude awakening?
Awakening. So it's like a reverse.
Okay.
Into coming through a hard life.
When you say hard life...
I really enjoyed hard life, fending for myself.
Okay.
Making sure that everything is done very well for myself.
This was around what age?
It was around 1921.
Oh, so you're almost an adult. At 18, 19, I mean.
Yes, in Ghana, 18, 19 is not an adult.
Right.
I mean, on paper.
Yes, you can vote, so we describe you as an adult.
Yes, an adult, yes. But hey, some of them, you need to look after them, make sure that they, you know, do everything under the roof of the parents.
Okay.
Yeah.
So then you moved to Tamale for your secondary education.
Yes.
I mean, for somebody who lived luxurious in Kumasi, first option would be to go to Prempeh or to go to Pokuware and all of that. How did you end up in Tamale?
My mother didn't like that because she didn't want me to be seen coming home all the time.
Oh, okay. So they didn't send you away.
So she said, look, let me take... They have friends in Tamale, Lawyer Diaka, Abukari Sumani, the former vice president, Aliu.
Oh, really?
In fact, Yes, so I stayed in their house when I was in Tamale. Like, was in boarding house, but I go there for the weekends to go eat, go and have some luxury life.
Wow.
So that was it. I mean, I enjoyed my life in Tamale, my term in Tamale, and it was interesting, very, very interesting.
Many say it's one of the, cleanest in the country. I mean, you talk about the Volta region, talk about the northern region. I mean, they're more orderly than the chaos in Accra and Kumasi.
If you talk about cleanest, I'm talking about field.
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yes, I think that is better. It is better, cleaner.
Okay. So then you moved to the United Kingdom?
Yeah, I moved to the UK.
Okay.
To go and start hustling for life. In fact, my main intention, the main intention of going back to UK was to go to school.
Okay.
But hey, I had to run away from it.
So when you went to the UK, you didn't go to school immediately?
No. I went to the UK in June, which was the summer, was holidays.
Okay.
And in, what do you call it? In September, school was reopening.
Yeah.
So I got a job, immediately I got into the UK, got a job with a company called William Shaw. People pronounce it Skoll.
Mm.
I worked with them. At that time, I was earning about £75 and more.
Really?
Yes, a week. So quite interesting. So I put up with my brother, and I had to run and find my own flat. So I was paying for it. So I was like controlling myself. I was a big man, which my sister and the husband were not very happy about.
Why were they not happy? Because they didn't think
because
you were old enough to be independent?
They had looked for a school for me to go.
And you were not doing as they expected at that time?
I didn't go. I was not going.
Okay.
In fact, school reopened on the 16th of September. I never showed up because I was earning good money.
Okay. But at some point, you went back to school?
I didn't.
You
I
never?
made so much money, I didn't.
Wow.
I didn't.
So,
you see, the good thing is about my life is I've done a lot of courses, diploma courses, management training. So that is why I've gotten so much experience.
Okay.
You know.
But there's a path you're not going to let your children take if they said, okay, I'm making money, but I don't want to go to school.
I wouldn't allow them to do that. But
Yeah.
hey, my parents were not alive to push it.
Yeah.
You know, so that was the disadvantage I had.
Okay. You're still on the lowdown here on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Daniel Odro. Today my guest is Mr. Kojo Bonsu. I'm sure you do know him as former mayor of Kumasi, former boss of the National Sports Council. He rebranded it to the National Sports Authority. We'll go into that. He also served on the board of GOIL and later became its managing director, credited for, if you like, revolutionizing GOIL. He also worked with Adidas, and we'll talk about that. He also, at some point, was a sports person, wanted to become the president of the Ghana Football Association, and recently wanted to be flag bearer of the National Democratic Congress. As elections approach, we'll discuss what the party is doing to recapture power ahead of the next general election. We'll go for our first break. When we return, we'll delve more into the life of Mr. Kojo Bonsu. Stay with us. We're back after this break.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment.
Wow.
Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Welcome back from the break. This is still the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. Today we're having a conversation with Mr. Kojo Bonsu. And he's, revealing some interesting facts about his life as a hustler in the UK, as a boy who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. But, as they say, life is a journey, a bit of ups and downs. And he had his fair share of both the ups and the downs. Mr. Bonsu, you've accomplished so much in your life as a as a Ghanaian citizen. You've worked at GOL, you've worked at the National Sports Council, later became the National Sports Authority. I mean, you've worked at Kumasi Metropolitan Assembly, which is one of the things you are really proud of, because when I went onto your Twitter page, that's a description there, former mayor of Kumasi. Is it the job that you enjoy the most?
It's the challenges and the experience I had.
Okay.
That's what I really enjoy.
You're a Kumasi boy, so you must have, when you got that appointment, you might have looked at it and said, I want to change
Kumasi boy,
Kumasi.
but you see, Asante, I was born and bred there.
Yeah.
And it's for my grandparents.
Right.
So if I'm working for Kumasi or Asante, I see it as doing something for my family. So I dedicate and put up my all in it.
Right.
So that is how it is. So I wouldn't want to pride myself on Asante Niba or something, but the pride of being an Asante, and also the pride of my grandparents who were born on the golden stool.
Okay.
So that prides me,
okay,
becoming a worker or
but
a server. You
credited with the Agri-park, which was the first of its kind in Kumasi.
In Ghana.
In Ghana. Do you know its state now? Do you know if it's still functional?
Oh, it's functioning. It's functioning, but hey, I don't go into it because I've left it, I've finished, and I've washed my hands out of it, so I'm not part of that anymore.
Your time at the KMA was not without challenges. Do you look back and realize some of the things you could have done better?
If you say challenges, yes, but it helped me a lot for me to understand the people that I serve.
Okay.
So I serve them very well.
Okay.
And I see the challenges are normal, that you would go through that. If you don't go through challenges, you go through very smooth, that means you wouldn't perform very well.
Okay.
And I pride myself of being one of the best mayors Kumasi have ever had.
Okay. On the benefit of hindsight, are there things you would have done differently? Or you have done the same thing?
I would have done the same thing, even more harder.
Okay.
Because you want a better city, and mayors make sure that cities are run very well, and that is what I was looking at.
Okay.
For a better Kumasi.
The Kumasi today, many say it's not the if you like, the garden city that it ought to be or used to be. Are your vision of Kumasi when you became KMA boss, do you see that path now? Are you disappointed that it has not followed that path?
Disappointment, yes. I'm very disappointed. But the thing is that you cannot be there forever, and the place is not yours. Every 4 years, a law in this country is that we have to change. Constitution says that 4 years, every new system must happen.
Yeah.
If you continue, that means you win. The maximum will be 8 years.
Yeah.
So my mind was that I wasn't going to stay there for a long time. The work and somebody would come and take over.
Okay.
Also, the thing is that if you left memoirs, if you left, reports for them to follow and they didn't, you can't do anything about it.
Okay.
All that you do is you pray that they follow the reports you left so that everything can be good for the city.
Have people consulted you to ask of your experience there, like those who have succeeded you?
Nobody has said that.
We don't do that in this country. We don't. You've served in that capacity. You have some.
I was doing it because I was consulting Nana Kwesi Agyeman.
Okay.
May he so rest in peace. He's passed on. I was consulting him, and also I was consulting Mr. James Osu. He's also passed on, having a chat with them about Kumasi and how to do things.
Yeah.
So I believe that it should be done. If you consult and listen to the person, then you better yourself.
Okay.
So that you can handle challenges more than not consulting.
Okay. Let's go back to your time in the UK. When you arrived in the UK, was there a cultural shock? Were there things that you saw that you said, why is this different here than it is in the country?
I'd been to UK many times before I went to this.
Okay. But the first time you went to the UK, for example?
I went to the UK when I was a very young boy, I think in '64.
Okay.
So, it wasn't different.
Okay, so it was like just going back home?
Not home, but I used to go there on holiday, and so I knew what existed there.
But even when you started growing up and started appreciating life, were there things that you saw that you said we could replicate this back home and life would be better for the general
A lot of things could be replicated. I mean, how things are done. When you go and you see people buying things, they have to queue for it. They don't jump the queue. These are all things that I saw.
These are the disciplinary issues you talk about.
Yes.
They are all disciplinary issues.
It is.
Okay.
You know, Ghana, some big man will come, allow me. And it's not done. What the hell? You join the queue and buy it.
Yeah.
You know, and that is how a country must be run. You cannot blame governments, and government can push and enforce the laws, but the individual discipline must be there.
Okay. Maybe then, you see, people say they're indisciplined faster because the sanctions are not applied. People know they can get away with anything that they do. I mean, so that is the reason why we have nice laws on our books, but we cannot enforce them. Sometimes for political expediency, sometimes because we know the law doesn't bite.
It will bite with time.
With time. Okay. Yes. Let's talk about your bid to be flag bearer of the NDC, which was not the first time. You made an attempt in, if I'm not mistaken, 2018, and then withdrew from the race. But this time you won the full haul against a man who, during his tenure, gave you an appointment. Did you go in hoping to win, or you want to be ahead of the queue just in case his tenure is done?
No. I wanted to win, but the public spoke. The NDC delegates spoke. They wanted it more than me.
Okay.
That is the difference.
So it's not because you want to be top of the mind awareness at the next Congress.
No, that's...
You know, people say that's what you politicians do. Like, you know, this one will be difficult for me to win, but if I put in a bid, the next time I can go and say, because I lost this one, you have to consider me, or my name recognition.
So. Maybe, I don't think so. Is that what you think? That's fine.
That's what many people think.
Good.
Does it mean the next Congress you're going to be in the race again?
Who knows? All we need is long life, good health.
Okay.
So I can't sit down and predict now.
Okay. Is it cost intensive to run a campaign?
Very expensive.
So you've really pumped in a lot of money in this campaign.
A lot of money.
Wow. So this is usually traveling, or this is per diems you give to your team, or what?
Traveling, per diems, fuel, hotels, donation to the constituency and the branch that you visit.
Okay.
And all.
And this one you foot from your personal finances?
Personal and friends, and support.
Okay.
Help to do it.
You're a very rich man, aren't you?
Who want to be poor? Nobody wants to be poor in this world, but I wouldn't say I'm a rich man.
Okay.
I'm in there.
You're a comfortable man.
I try.
I know you're trying to be modest, and that's
not modest. I mean, if I'm rich, I'll say it.
Okay.
Why not? If I'm rich, I'll say it. I'm not a rich man, but I'm okay.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about the elections that are coming up. Do you think the NDC stands a very good chance of winning?
100%. We're all going to fight behind Mahama. We are going to do it. You won't believe it. You watch it. Watch me in Ashanti region. We are going to support the winner of our what you call primaries. That is His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. I'm going to fight in my area.
Which area is that?
Ashanti.
Okay.
For us to get the votes, for us to win power.
They say even in Ashanti, you guys are not united. As I say, is a typical example. Muntaka said the party wanted to oust him and all of that.
You let them say whatever we want. When the time gets there, you will see.
You're confident that you can win?
Oh, we will win. We can mess up in this system, NDC is poised to win.
Do people look at you as somebody who's Ashanti born and bred, royal, and say, why are you with the NDC? I mean, typically people say...
I've had that experience many times. Years back, I was even told, no, this shepherd, and that, but that is where I belong. That is where I love. I don't do things because a friend or a brother. Most of my family are all NPP, but I choose to be NDC, and I love it there.
What's it about the NDC that you love?
Everything. I mean, no discrimination. We're all one. We love our people. If you are doing well and they think you can do something, they push you. So that what makes me love NDC.
And you think that's different with the other party?
I'm not there, but I don't want to be there.
You don't want to be there? Okay. Did you make any compromises, like cut a deal before the Congress? Did you cut a deal?
Cut a deal with who?
I mean, those who are ahead of the queue, those who are...
How many people are ahead of the queue? I'm asking you a question.
So you have a relationship with Mahama, don't you?
Yes, I do. He's my former boss.
So when he knows that you're contesting him, he's not disappointed?
Why should he be? He wouldn't. I know him so well, he wouldn't.
I mean, many thought you should give him a free ride. It saves everybody the cost of the Congress.
Democracy is all that we want in our party. We want our party to be exciting. We want our party to be good, so that a lot of people would come in. The young ones come in will say, oh, as for NDC there, if you know what you're about and you're good, you can become a leader or you can get a good position.
Okay.
So I don't think it's like that. But anyway, the primaries are over.
Yes.
We're all one. We are united. We're going to fight. We're going to Asin.
Asin, yes.
Asin North to go and fight to win power.
You were in Kumewu?
I was.
So even after all the tiredness, you had to strap up and go there and try and hope that
Why
you're
not?
going to win.
You want your party to win? You want to sit down and sleep? No, no sleeping. And we need to support our leader so that we can win power. Power is very important. Have you forgotten the saying President Kufuor said, it's better to be a messenger or a laborer in your government being in power than to go and become a secretary general in opposition.
Yes, that's
so
true.
It's very important. So why we have to fight to win power, and I'm going to fight for NDC to win power.
Okay. Are you going to consider being a running mate to President Mahama if he offered?
Oh, I mean, it's an interesting question. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama has the prerogative. And if he believes that Kojo Bonsu can do it, why not?
Okay.
Because we are united, and I'm going to give him my all to support him win. So why, if he chooses me as his vice, bingo. And we're going to work in tandem to make everything work very well.
If you're not running mates, which other portfolio would you like, where you think you can make change?
I wouldn't want to choose any portfolio.
But you should have a place where you said, this place I want to make a change there.
No. The party knows me. The party knows all I can do. Wherever they put me and they see that I have the expertise to do it, I would love to do it.
Really?
Yes.
So KMA, former KMA boss, former NS, National Sports Council to National Sports Authority, they say you like doing a lot of rebranding. When you went to GO, you did that. When you went to the Sports Council, you did that. What's the idea behind it?
You see, there's no idea behind it, but you see, you have to refresh the memory of people. If you allow people to see the old thing, it doesn't progress, it doesn't do very well. Some companies in this world, like Totals and the Elves and international companies, every 4 years they do a facelift just to sell yourself for people to see all that you're doing so that it can bring even more customer or make the company
So that's why you do it?
Yes,
I believe that. A freshen up.
Freshen up and get people to have new ideas to do things.
So it's not just a change of name, because the Sports Council becomes a Sports Authority.
Yes, Sports Council, that one became an authority. But the rest, GOIL was still GOIL. It's the face, the logo, and the branding, that's all.
You believe in a lot of branding?
It's my expertise.
Okay.
That's what I know very well.
Okay. Anyway, this is still the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We're having a very interesting conversation with Mr. Kojo Bonsu, former KMA boss. It's, like I said, many people describe him in different categories or ways because he's a man of many parts. He's a businessman, an astute one at that, a sports administrator, a politician, and a philanthropist as well. We're in the first part of our conversation here, and then we'll continue in part 2 where we talk about the state of Ghana, the economy of Ghana, businesses, because he's a businessman, the state of businesses in Ghana in this current administration. So all this and more on part 2 of our conversation, our up-close and personal conversation with Mr. Kojo Bonsu. This is still The Lowdown with me, Daniel Odro, on GhanaWeb TV.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na dear makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place, the Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I came and make repair on my bicycle. It cost me about 400. More than that, I didn't finish. So if the bicycle is spoiled and the person don't have money, how is he going to repair it?
Anytime I want to go to any place, I do not pay any transportation because I have the right.
Okay, this one is 600.
So we will entreat all riders to always ride with safety in mind and make sure they ride with safety gears like helmets.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Obek Kanukre. Susu sang pine, Pia want to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar download to Lemonade Finance.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Yvonne Nelson chirema sana sa akodi wa fi 2010 sa akodi kwanyemo no ana chese enya asem ketwa kra sa akodi kwanyem na chese niema ne ye wonwa kra mane ye fe mane ye dene san wo se onyim ni wie nso a wanje nyinsen no. Because boy ensemu sisio minim se wo bisa me ne enti a maye saa ena no pe ena nume ne ene wie baba begina he wonua enya sanketo Yvonne Nelson I sinicheni Yvonne Nelson. Akofa asema ba enya asem ketwa kra na information e wom no enya asem ketwa mesama wakwa ba edeba nkomo ho so e wo GhanaWeb TV media ni mame akua chei na wotwe yasen akọ yasen ababiom ensama akoso e wo entertainment industry nim nia wote ya wanti ase nia wonti ye mpo na nunti na me mame akua ne de baba begina no ma mede ni nyina e ba be hwe chese mede be mouse style bia bia chese enya asem ketwa kra na so nsan de be koso no me twa me ho si mame ba bibia ni aye di ho nkomo sisi a Eni na yo mesama wakwa ba de bankomo wo so e wo GhanaWeb TV media ni mame akua chei na watchi de ensem pa konyatena se esansen sema bebe ka che o de nyensem ketwa. This week dear it's all about Yvonne Nelson. I mami Yvonne Nelson akwa kwotro homa o a wato ne din say I am not Yvonne Nelson. Na homam ni nseme ewom no wunua enya asem ketwa o de me enhya ase na book ne ba ye ne ekosi adaya etwa me 18 June e na choso ko launch book ya man for born some de man chem sa book de come up because omo kenkan ni nyema kakra bi pa na ewom na ba ko e ko man for ti matches no man for e pese omo te ho asem pa e ba ko bi o kire mu sa an nyumtini bi e sho no Yvonne Nelson ni nyinsen e matches na enya asem ketwa kra na ne buy no because o sin nipa no rapper achese wagini di ye pan wo Ghana han mosanso mpo watema ene ba no manfo ebi say na tema okra hwan na ye rapper ho hwan cause the di no obi aso ne sa akode because na ye tele ye kasa rapper ono na chese ye rapper onua ye kwa kan book ni kotie mu nsema sa na edem anyum to ni sa akode Yvonne Nelson chire ma sa na sa akode wa fi 2010 sa akode kwanyemo no ana chese enya asem keto akra sa akode kwanyim na chese niema ne ye won wakra mane ye fe mane ye dene san wo se onyim ni wie nso a wanje nyinsen no sanya wo ka no sana me so e ba me so me ka o se sa akode anje nyinsen no ade sa akode anje nyinsen na o se an sa akode ye chema sa time no na oguso atene ma me fie sata na sike ni wo ne abrante te se me afe no ba benyo ma mi sika ben e na chese me de ko ne ye de akwakohwe nyinsen no ti sa akode anje nyinsen no enu konkogu no second one ai ewie ya sa akode na so sa ma ne car ne tena aka mu e drive na de ne koye ai de ne koye e hospital so monko no monko yi nyinsen ningu esan so chema first one no oto edro de ma no monum edro ni wie na no ka se nyinsen na se na se bibi no sa na nya no kreda sa na nyinsen no eguso e wo hodom intene no ni kodi nkitan wie no se sa ene ye nkwe o kire man probi polyclinic sa kodi ebo no mo de drive on Yvonne Nelson de no koye e kodu e hodom a o se an meja o hye brede a hye wusem ene onu nyinsen ni na so ko na se ye yo anye yo ende en fami ho na o kire ma sa kodi eja no onum tipa no koye Yvonne Nelson kire ma sa da no a o ko wie abortion no imoja etu no chese nya asem ketoka ne story na chese insemi o da ba betu dwa idea areho se mamfo kire ma ye sa akode eda asem no nti wan kwa na kire o say yes asemba sa akode mamfo kire ma ye asemba na se asemba na bonya abotire kakra na Yvonne Nelson ni humeyo ade betu dwei a o kan simfo ye de kire sa akode anampo kan fa sa akode o sa akode anyem no na wanje nyinsen no na otedro ma no na sa akode so onye ready na fan ekosi sen na oni sika na oguso atene ma me fi na social media fo kire ma social media in-laws fo kire ma sa akode na working. What are you insinuating? The insinuation you are insinuating is it insinuating? It is not okay. Na sometimes look at pampers, soft care ne ngika one yesen. I no nti wo bon ho modia efre ni padasani. E ma ni padasani kwa ya abortion. Oh, bra. E den na working. Bra. O ma ne kwa ya abortion we the social media for say wanya de. Social media for chire ma sa time no kra nye sisi ase diapers ne pampers boy de titi atame o se mre so na pampers aye ton ne sen sa time no kro chire ma pampers social media for chire ma pampers nye yi ba ko say 30% and sa time no kra say won to mean top pampers and answer diapers impo sa napkins wise na ebi wo ne ehia ne se why no 4 oye no 4 na the baby na pin ni bi o de aso ha de aso na de aso na chese ade na aso social media for chema enye fo ebi mo so chema ai nka what were you expecting onipa no oni sika
Oni sika also Yvonne so don't akwa hyehyehye na e ma wanyimu anka what were you expecting but social media for each ma titro for na each ma sa kwade we die obuo pa na omo wode ma pa obo homode hye akwa nyimu bi be wie ka kire ne san wonje ba no san wie driving ne de kwa hospital so nkonko ya abortion no social media for each ma wanya de client we de sa kwade in the next word asem we si ba bo homode ya ne handle ni it's on social media for each say ya ye no enyefe Yeguswa ejina ai Yvonne Nelson ni homa watro de abaga na hanoma sisi ade adane bebi abefe bia Yvonne Nelson sa akode Yvonne Nelson sa akode na bakokro de atodwa ne se ochire ma sana emra na ni nyina sa akode empeso obehunu menye ready se obenye mama menye ready se mewo mi ni sika na fa ekosisa sana sa akode nkanchima ehye US abrochi mema che se oko school wo hono ne eba no manfo bisa se na girlfriend ye hwan eye Tracy ana se eye hwan but me nso me nim but eye Yvonne Nelson no wana o twere o se sana ni nyina enti emra che se ofre no asa ofre sa akode bai omutena ne kemu ano mudi nkomo otumo sa na sa akode yo bi a che se odeni nsa esinebo a che mu se menye ready se meginyin sen no but I no cry no man for each mu say but sanka wo girlfriend cry na sanka at least anka betumi asoli mu na ma ye yo but Yvonne Nelson say chire ma ni nyina ba na nya dia sakode adwen sa de no hu sana ni nyina na no kɔ no ba no ye we ni nyina no sana esanse no wo girl biti abrochire memu ana wa ready say sa oba ne de nya de obegya na chidie bi mo kra so mpo chire mai bia na sa time no kɔ no na manu 1 cd 2 cd bi nte ba ne say no tumi gya na chese one wo Yvonne Nelson be twem na jaba tisi anya meme no so na yetani enim batochire ma sana ni nyina nkomra na wo ka ni nyina sana no so sakode wo girl e wa abrochi na chese o school wo hono ma chese otumu se dey wan kasa Sirio na wan so eja wasemba na chese obi a fa won e de awe akokɔ na I am not Yvonne Nelson hu meye mu na chese odi revelation ba akopin so betu dwa ana odi yankasin papa Archbishop Duncan Williams a oda action Faith Chapel asafo ano ne BRICS ma a ye friend say Joel Duncan Williams omanfo o kan homa na Yvonne Nelson e kire mu an sa na branti we so ebe se ni pe o an osi ebe se ni pe anything also one of the days any omu shoot ye mu ayo omu twetwa movies ye bi na cheso omu was set obenwan se brei one convoy sana nye ekufa do ni omo makeka pe ne use convoy sana asofo man so e wo convoy mini convoy omo ba ya eja so ndi onim say on the onam ni baby na papa nso nam ni baby obesra obi nta no the onam no okoba afede later on be wie ya afede papa abepe na sempe kope eni ohono ma no wafre no oje ne number ofre no one day be ohono ma obi wan say papa ya san afre no phone so say I want to come and visit you, I want to see you. I say why not me wo fie eni obe hwe announce kire ni area members en kofo e wo nya san onu Joel Duncan Williams aba bedu eni obai o man akonya man drink man nsuo kama bo no mu shase so mu di nkomo ni say ona nam kwan so na ahanso osi o me ba ya nya boni oyo baby a oyo kama ye pa na me ankasa ma hye me honhom me spirit no ekachem say yes wo na oye me yere no so sa okay see what's the way forward osi I wo mu se me ni jo ho na so sisi ade me wa ha ide me pese me do ko me ankasa me papa Archbishop Duncan Williams ho na ai okogbo mpaye edemam esanse okakoye sinitweni ebia na dan mmoni hunhum bi ebia na obi de wakojuju so eni nyeme bi nte wo sem papa ede ne satos na anointing na won so no ebi etumi cause so na be ya demons na won hu ni nyina no ebetumi afio so na ewa na Yvonne Nelson ekayen se entu pa cha se den adoka sa mi so meto wono no adame me mbo mpaye na bana bebi sabe mami me mpaye a obo share na me before me concert to kwa movies cram no ponu me mpaye me bo morning devotion ye by and run dey ya ba catch am so ba bo mpaye me what do you mean by that any human no show no be say I mo member na mo so ya signature for na mo feel say bi omo no omo bo mpaye na accident o chema Duncan Williams by na kwem ne ba eye Joel Duncan Williams ba na kwem so be ware no no so ba ye no nsem wo de ba na ne man for twem say boy masa ede na apa ache no obe study obebi a otena nkasa Yvonne Nelson who may a dean ahodoɔ na wo na one for so enim say Nigeria nyum tuni aye friend say inyanya ai na otonyo mpa na mu say impana de no ne Yvonne Nelson atwi bi ye pa ma chese boki kura de ye keka se ni din ewo mu sabe migu so kenkan ti ne na story beba no ne tese ya hate so nti week isa akode na wo so next week nyame ya na so frufro so ani din bebe mu na chese ono so ye de ne dia baba tuja but now no emra books ye na ni book ye ochode ba ya information ba na chese inyanyan e de koto social media na wo twem say as a bookie, the information will move too much. Because the way body, the way ex-president, bim, the way Sarkodia, bim, Sarkodia, and you went time, Koya, abortion, in your better to social media, or just too much information to wait and coach that, Bayan, and Yvonne Nelson, you wait there, woman, so when you are trying to think about Bayan Kakuachikakra, Kawachikakra, Asano, as saying, Yachima, booking information, near woman, a Dawson Dodo. And then who may so and celebrities they work Ghana Hanum from somewhere celebrities and you to force in the child for and your mom kaki can uko PM social media almost the omo dear I try to be a pan Eddie to one no match say enya some ketokra and ye chema D black akasa chata wale akasa sister Fia John Dumelo Rosalind Ngesa Ikwa Pim Polo Victoria Lebene I omo nyina Joycelyn Dumas and your mom can I try to be pan Eddie to social media me kind kakra ba kwa de sha say di black was say otumu say asem no attend the shock ankasa and I say ora ba ko anampo abra yankase era ba ai sister Efia so be cho mo chemu se munyina monya abotre isan sa asem ya de a etwemu kra de dada papi kojonso ne onisa akode omo video ba ko bia de beto wono na shatawale ai wando no nankasa so e de beto wono ma wo chemu say at least there was a chopping because of chema homa pan information on the can you pay manka a bank fa video kakra say in a course no fa video kakra ma meto on ni hu se ne yakwane because e bia na book no o man for ensure that NT sentin kan the video kakra e be kan wa otumu se na chese enya sanke kakra na otumu se shatawale otu sasa no dedicated the whole day Monday no edit to one edit tronsem for na kama yie pa edit one man na wo twemu san wo sisi ade ai the women are winning say the we amanfo trotro dey ba no to musa na send the slay queens nyina ne wo honom na so why obi bone a bo homode aso shata wale kire ma omo nyina no ba be trotro homa na se so mo de aba nti wuni wo honom na so hu akodi ma bo homode na start slay queen bia wo na yo no bo homode na ni nko discuss na chese mu nyina muti ai mu ka muti mbom na echo pa bia mu nko che e mu nko pa che wono se ne be ya bibia be da so je ko piem social media celebrities awodo na so e do mu so information atoto wono ma mu nyina no sa akode Yvonne Nelson e hu me ya na teso mu so onwo kan wasem e social media Yegusu ejina Yvonne Nelson insensem yemu na eye kwame A+ nyumtuni asisi ane carrier no manfo echirema ewu but me de minimum hwe odinsemfo bi atoja awno so echiremu se no se odwen manfo ho a ontiasio because okan Yvonne Nelson ni book na watro e de atum sa ai ono ankasa mpusa na onim ne papa ai na obi a onim ne papa de what is so special then the man yen wanwa say sa akode nso ekwanyem na chese wanje banu because obviously Yvonne Nelson ya ye kana asem no ankasa mpo ehunse ne maami ankasa se bi ho no ne maami na nheda anye eyi biasa because Yvonne Nelson tro to human mu say up to now ni nipadua ejina wonu ade a onim ne papa esansa Nelson di na e da ne so ne cramp ne papa no a ne maami se ne maami si hu no sana ma make sika Nelson no wasem editure no tumu se na eye bibia enye kranto no Nelson ne tama na Nelson quantity ase ni nyina no na ya de a on papa na sem kra because of eniema ne maami aka ede afa no onto papa ni ba bewu no ka chen se oh san na nye ne papa o le mu ne papa ne papa no ne papa mo mani Peter na la agete a chesisi a insam na ya basa aye nwura into no nka sa onim no onim ne papa eno na kwame A+ eche mu sa a hwe we nyina chese se bi o Yvonne Nelson ni mami edwaman se abon se kun enu nti no onim be ma crampo no ne we nti ma nya amanfo enwanwa crampo se ni esi because what mu say generational edin kan yesi ne maame Yvonne Nelson maame ehu bi eno so no say Yvonne Nelson nankasa so ehu bi sisi ana e ma ne nya Ghana for e won akra a cheso no so ne social media no so extroye e de koto honom na kwami A+ ni nsem ya obo no mo de betro de to social media and a social media for hey masa okra o carry akra na mo okra o carry anu hu so o carry ewu say sram sisi ade wonam radio station TV station wunim na ade wabra boni be yon asem say yesim omanfo be nya asem papa bi aka de afa won we na wo ka afa won e be ya park ho na ni nsemi a China social media for attacking no wasan baba kwa bounce back a wo twem say hey Montana se ne nkanya nsasam fengu masom o chema Ghana fo nkasa mo mpe no kro ai mo mpe no kre no onu ene be chodi to ni book na Yvonne Nelson book ni mu se ne maame aka che ni se onim ni ku ana se oni papa na adenti na obi acho ni book ato no no nyansani Kwame A+ analyze na mo amonti ase tietie ka mo adwen e de kire no o chema mo ka e ma so ate se ni ono so akan wo book esa so no so book no wate sika to na Ghana cedis e de atobi akenkan ehun se sei e na Yvonne Nelson etro e di tun mu sa an ne maame se onim ne papa nto no nkasa Yvonne Nelson nsu so ogina no onim ne papa enti se sei ni ya cho no so Kwame A+ akwakonya bi akenkan ehun se sei no tro e na so no so the point of view ni opinion or the ababe to dwa adenti no manfo yake komadwen e de kire no o chema didi atam na mo didi no ono enfa no e na mo ro no nim se Ghana no manfo etan no enipo kakra e penasem no nyansafo no kakra na e penasem no kra no he's okay with it because onim se sa nyansafo no mo penasem no ono mo nim se omo so tena se agyenjwen niam ono Kwame A+ church na e kan wasem na on be kwakwa we na utumu se ni nyina nyansa wom enu nti no se asem se ya ba no ono Kwame A+ e kan na samo mo so na samo ntiasia ene na mara o mara ene ne amanfo tro e blasting wo social media no no so back e sande san mo aye ni nyina e de bre social media for o chem so mo na mo nya kan book ni mo ntiasia onya di film no e no so be tro ye e de to social media na se na make na Yvonne say ni book no de bia e wo ne chapters bia wo ne chapter ne maame chapter wom na ne maame chapter ya e ba ya A+ kan hu bi na che say u hwen hu man ma be hu say e ade a Yvonne Nelson e chire ma sana ono ankasa one ne maame e bompuni mpu ye pa o comfort ne maame bisa ne se ma enti say ma bra bo no kra etesen why ne me papa because wo se we ya me papa we say we nya me papa ye kokko ye DNA test so we say ye kire mu anche say enya me papa ntisi say asem ne sen o kire me mock so ne maame bompuni mpu ko bisa ne maame say behwe ne maame bi ofu ne ho a ma che say enya asem keto akra o kire mu say eye me na me wo untimi ma meche me ni amenye o cheme fiti sa o comforting mami ono ne mami mpo ebo mponi mpu no omuntam atete o se fiti kojo ho esan asem na e bai nti onte ne mami nka until recently bi a odi ni birthday ne mami send no birthday message awation apart from that one ne mami ndi agro bi one ne mami enkasa chese ensam no dia aye hu no jai a o twe musa sisi aye kasa ade a esan ne papa nsem a onim ne papa o se ne papa the way ne papa nye way na fine no kosisi nyina ye bebro nti sisi ano ade onu Yvonne Nelson onu ankasa ne maame ni chocho mu ncho ade a chese omuntam atiti se ya kra otumu se asem no de emu odu ankasa na dum so demonstration your man from Bekaya mama former president John Dramani mama na pen so na dum so demonstration your course chinchin Japan ye music industry na movie industry no mu kan muti bo so no mu kire ma se na lights na dundum no enye easy kra sa time so na ekufuado presi abeto aba de ma no ma na ba be man peni no ba wabeso dum so na no na huma ni mu I am not Yvonne Nelson ni nyina o capture ni nyina ediguma o kire mu sa Ghana fo sana munim se san penimfo mienu efa phone e de fro no Yvonne Nelson ana ene hu ni ma I am telling you today Yvonne Nelson e kire ma sa time no man peni ekufo ado se na o pra be man peni enu nte ne ye kan asem de gu wasom o kire ma ekufo ado frɛ no e kire mu se abayewa nya waye de so Ghana fo ani ankasa ye nyina ye tawechi ye de honhom nyina tawechi Ghana fo nyina de a wo ye na ya de a so Ghana fo ani ye pa o chama on the other hand so emna na chese orwe mama na mama so afa phone ono so penimfo awodo bi na frɛ no si o mama se oni obekasa o chema o peke mama ka che ni sa sisi Yvonne I want to add na o ye nye hu so but minya ya nka me no betena se yie pa na nka ye didi nkomo nkitinkiti e wa na Yvonne Nelson ka chwe say oh da bi so be so ni omu onu ni di nkita ho de ne o so ofre omo ni omu ye demonstration ni nyina no mo gi akonya etena say it is not possible say because anyo no pe na ye interview and onu pe na ye demonstration I be to inside ya for no kwanti so why ready there on from one omu ye demonstration ni nyina se na be ye on betumi aba na chese ma ba be di nkita ho no kire ma say ne ena mampani dada John Domani ma be frɛ no e ma cheso ne nkofo na aba na ma be di nkita ho ne dia and oni but ye ka say dia ya de ansunya book ni kan a obo se ni nyina o capture the tomorrow chem se sampani form you obi a frɛ no egu fado frɛ no e ka kire ne sign obo na ba so se ne o ye no obo no ho modern pa mampani dada so mama so frɛ no no so e ka kire so ohia no e mo ne na di nkomo a chese book ni nyina wa twa sansem ni nyina e de agum Yvonne Nelson who sensem ya mu so ene omanfo enim se yade a owo abayiwa kamaka ba bia ye fe no se Ryan I hope say my bone correct here pa Ryan a chese niku ana no so ye fe no anampo mfa se ni baby father ye fe se Jamie Robert ono no awo abayiwa kamaka pa ba sisa ye ka se do mu ntama tete ono so ne portion e wo book ni mu bi no chema chese email bia Jamie Robert ex-wife Sunday edemo no Yvonne Nelson no na nya sam ketokwa to mu se we de dewu jade mu ankasa o tema information na e wo email na ne ex-wife ne send no na nya sam ketokwa cause so kan na o hwese na nyema na e wo email ni mu na she had no option than to opt out because e wo mu se na odoni ye pan odoje mi ye pan ankasa chese enya sam ketokwa by the end of the day because of email I send ni na etrin sensem ntino it was better so be yin hu e de afim but o chema ni nyina enkogu no e yada papa no obo no modin ye pan se ba no akwada ne hwa obo no modin pa eno kra so mponkogu no chirema utumta papa ni obi an na ni kone ma hu ye pa e bia eno so kan na chese ogina so ene ni jaye but o say apart from all no email no chese na ejade ma e hye na koma chese no ntu no okọ na chi no papa no bo no modin ye pa e de hwe ne ba na ansa nkanya bibia wanu ne ho e bia nko onyan nko nete ba assistance ne de e yade a omontem atete ne na minjina we so enko pension be no because we say Yvonne Nelson ko say baba you way now to obo kakra entina me to obo e dia amount we dia me ko me ntwa me kakra bi menko pension be no na me ba ye de ne aka ne nyina so ahyehye so amount.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy!
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Medofopa, mesama wakwa ba edeba enkomo ho. So ewa GhanaWeb TV media ni mami akuache me ni Yvonne Nelson akwa kwedi nkita ho bi o chema ne stories no ne aka no metumi e de aka ho enu nse ne na me to aso na maka ne nsem ni biom e de aguso ma wonso wonya bi aten ene na chese o chema ne ono nkasa ni mfoni bi a o twaye ono e na afi mampani ekufuado e yade a wonu ne ho yie ankasa yie pa o chema because sa dum so ma stop demonstration bi a ono any other colleagues bi ayeye no sani e ba ye no nte nam so na mampani ekufuado craft 2016 no be wini abato no because they na dum so na ekono na esese yo moniema enu nti na wie no ono any industry colleagues ni bi ekọ mampani ekufuado chia no kasa ekufuado we de waba ye da wase waba ye ma wamo because enim se wo be e yade abibia e ba besesa na nso ye kase wankasa ojenwa you can say it for me otisi said bibia ye basa because they no mu hu ekufuado so ndi oba efini keke bia ne hu oba bibia clean bibia clear nya dia bibia be ko basa nso ye kase sisi a bibia ye basa no ntu no kirema sa infoni no ne ekufuado ekọ ya chese no mu gi omu nsa omu chia achese ye chọ mu no Yvonne Nelson ne kirema wonu nu hu ankasa no nso I am not Yvonne Nelson ne homa no enu e bi na chese ochiro ni nyina edigu ma me say onsaka homa ni bi dia okanya nso be feel ene Victoria Lebene ono so eye sinitwani e wo Ghana hanom ochirema ho when nyina kenken kwa Yvonne Nelson enti we a odi beto abontin ene ye den na se ye nyina ye pese ye ba abontin edi beto dwa ebe ka se o na we ne me ada se bio na we anyem me ene makoya abortion na nka wi asanke betumi atena BBS pen more by Yvonne Nelson e Victoria Lebene say o family so media to wanim say ade a wo ye BBS pen and I stop behaving, stop you pretend as we young to say as a we saint you say if you can be no master say be and jai she any mono then she no way no a sipen a sipenya so na baba tro dia to social media wo book mo and mama for be read dia baba say na sakode na wusu ye bia Victoria Lebene say Yvonne jan she nim no obia was story art obia keep in his or her room obia mba bonten be ye na afi na be tro ho me bia just as I tintin sa wo ye she nim say no so ye den and no so ni social media so akakotro e dia to wonum tintin me nkan she nenum opa o ka say me boa GhanaWeb sisi a oba type Victoria Lebene ni story na GhanaWeb so ubo sense ma me kan nyina eye correct a o kire mu say ebe ya madam dai so ye obofo no nye obofo in any way obia ye boni BBS pen chese den na esi o wiase kra ye bi nsi pen BBS da enti wunua jasa hwehwe nim na o nam no guso na mo na ye no no manfo so nje ite sense nye wo pe e na sebio asemwe at all. Finally, I made a mame Yvonne asia frame Mrs. say after the stories ne ye movie every Yvonne on ya consem for so and any efra ne ye call ora a friend no say Mr. Kennedy Somoa e Japan adodo na friend din say Kempon and your back Kempon travel and tours out mo say ade papa no o skay in some odui ankasa etafie sa ta bank na wotwe mu yakakọ capture no say wakakọ pie mu e wo France ni nyina ne say ne baba a friend no say Helen Biama e Japan Aiche Monuku School where BRICS sisi ayeka se wa graduate e de free eye Paris School of Business and untuni echema abayo abon hu modi ye pa nuntino no papa yi echema ne ba no abon hu modi ye pa esan se ye graduation name money omo tutumu so mo call menim no ye bo ne ba Helen yidi e de kan hu nti ochema aunt na se cry wo so otumi ba no bo ne ba no abaso ye pa nuntino oda kwa to social media ne GhanaWeb mponi e fa phone de frɛ no e no de something for nya etu ye nim to we the exclusive interview a otwem se ne ba no ati nanim pa nti nya se bia opeso de ba no be ye no hwehwɛ nim na emo esansa ne ba na ati nanim ntino e na se opeso man for because otumu se nyuma nyina ne se nya ne ba si ati nanim ade afa no otumu se bibi eda fo mo bi wo no ma ne mba zo nya meka na ha anu ntino se ne ba na tumi abɔ no ho moden ati nanim se ma abro chire o abro fusuku mu na ne ba bibini ye body no so ya boni din se first class ne then the fine cause na se ne ba ne aboni din bi e dey aframe man I can point say he has every right say or to be ba bontina just obana obda ne ba na se na o celebrate no and no ba Ghana we ba won say any photos a wodo na ate say otumu say e solid and kasa o chema ne ba no abɔ no ho modin ye pa Abrante wa so no a obonyom a ye frɛ no sɛ Amrado edi nsɛmfo bi atodwa echemu onya ne nteye nkofo keka sɛ ayon no opɛ sugar mamis opɛ ma etafie ta bank for sorof no but Amrado chirema onu mi a ye wo no on Valentine's Day die ai odoma baton pemma ena moreover no so pemma omanyi chin no kakra e bia 2 years 3 years kakra on penny onu nenyi a chin no ati ase ena moreover no sina manfo e kire musan omo kom ofo mu nyina e bia no nipa ni sikenti ose no ontesa just say of feel omo onanka se fiti ni nkola abem nya ne maame wo ne to ma no de to ne maame tiri mu se mai paacho nwo sese na ekọ na hu se memete won mempe oba manyi se no mepenya wanyi che me kakra enu ntia anya se e bia o musika anase bibi enti Amrado to Ghana for nyina enim tete se mimi se minim se manyi asene dia but se manyi asene dia any I qualify enti mehwe se mekọ na na kochi tu bia ba assistance no eye Amrado echire ma enya se ma sugar mamis ni penimfo na yo fefefa nya se bia o musika anaso pese okoji o musika na odi o musika enti na emom no ne penyina ne se obetumi awari obi a wanyi che na nampo relationship obekom no obetumi afa oba a wanyi che na emom no enya se e bia pese oji sika e di fi onipa ne nsem Enya na mi wie na ma sori dia na mi kopie mu e wo Nigeria memu sisi ya Nigeria an ukọ na obo Nigeria de onipa ba kwan de be kan se o man Nigeria etiase e wo honom e ye raba aye fe do se Hilda Efion Basi anansentemu okoy kan na Guinness Book of Record for sisi ya sign na say ono so otumi break record ba ko eduane nuamu a eja no enya ba bedu sisi ya ka say de otumi receive any plaque na che se otumu se e de wuye pa sisi ya no bibia chese chirese ayama no award chese sisia no wetumi break India ni na echemu so no ye eduane na chese sisia baiwe so no na ekọ America chese wetumi break ni sisia no ya de ni flake ni nyina aka koma no kama echemu sa ade a sisia akọ kan Guinness Book of Records a kwa ko nsa Nigeria ni I friend say Hilda Basi onyame ehira no emotumi anoa akọ marathon ni bi emnyame abo ma sisia no wetumi break record ewo Guinness Book of Record mo so ko na ko yehwemu a obehu so no so ni din etamu ye pa ene na nso biem ai nseme course nyina Yvonne Nelson as if you say I am not Yvonne Nelson ono ene ne sa akode ene omo keka wo nyina ene due ene na ene nkomo ho midi besi so wan temi nka biem a da sene ye besan so ehia midia ne mame akua chei nimdia hema ba kope manim ani machi obi eni honum ohwe na wonti ase nso dia you can argue with your phone. Until next week, have the best of the week. Bye bye.
Be mindful of your health. Idea products na makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I came and make repair on my bicycle. It cost me about 400. More than that, I didn't finish. So if the bicycle spoiled and the person don't have money, how is he going to repair it?
Anytime I want to go to any place, I do not pay any transportation because I have the right.
Okay, this one is 600.
So we will entreat all riders to always ride with safety in mind and make sure they ride with safety gears like helmets.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia e man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see about Kotoso. People got sending me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted instant charges. Exchange rate in unbeatable. We should be promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 for the first transaction. What is send this guy download to Lemonade Finance.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes. Simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
He is a special assistant to the Honorable Minister. He's here with us. Thank you, lawyer. We also have a delegation from the American Institute for Resource and Human Development. Can we have a wave from all of them? Thank you very, very, very much. Present with us, we also have Mr. Kwesi Abankwa, the head of Corporate and International Affairs at the Ministry of Education. Students of the whole school, Accra High School. We also have with us students from Aquinas Senior High School and Laboni Senior High School. Thank you, everyone. We are most grateful. May I now please invite Quick Upbringing to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. Please give him a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. It appears this Ahisco club is overshadowing everyone. So later on, I want to see how the other schools also clap. So maybe you should give us how you clap and let's see. All right, once again, I would like to welcome you all to the maiden edition of our roadshow, the STEM Promotion Roadshow, which will also take place in other regions as we move on. But as you did hear from Larry, we are live on Ghana television and a number of media stations.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products na makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on. You name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makwala, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I came and make repair on my bicycle. It cost me about 400. More than that, I didn't finish. So if the bicycle spoiled and the person don't have money, how is he going to repair it?
Anytime I want to go to any place, I do not pay any transportation because I have the right.
Okay, this one is 600.
So we will entreat all riders to always ride with safety in mind and make sure they ride with safety gears like helmets.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Obek Kanokre. Susu sang pine, dear one to Nambia, a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you basically see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sick from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say you're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in so ye. unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like Nenya £10, $10 and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Her story is quite sad. On this episode of Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV, we speak to a woman who sells sachet water. Her story is quite interesting and sad as well.
Nti ushe insoyase achana.
I'm pato ache.
Bese how many years ni?
Mint mi bumo ba tache pa.
Achepa. Ewa aheya na oyo.
First na mi tombi wo we police station wo na Mr. Bahan.
Nti market na kosen.
Oh first no mo tade ba se sia the market mo so market na se kra mo to fi. Nti katam so menya no ni bia hwe memba na me bia hwe me maame papa so na woja me ho akwan. Papa na tias be do se bra mo so be bo me okwan bi su. But me nim se nyame hata so no no we di masse mama me ne boafo me tumi ni nyasa me nim de. Na mom se wo ton pure water wo sa bro no we su a. Wo nwa na ye ni yase ono so pese ono so nye de ono so no wo ton suo na wo nye scam mo no ade hwe wo mba no wo busua no. Na wo de bia hwe wo maame no nua me na ye bi no yase Piota na o ton ntinu obeso don fi traffic no don ton nya nisika no don di don peso bi don fa na no nye de endidi ba mmeti ase mu se me hu ya nkofo amafo hin hu ya amafo hin pa ana ase me ya bibi nso a omo nim se me nso de me nso me ye no me sombo okwan bi so bebi nto mu me se me de me agimifo ana ase me nye papa na me nye correct ba meti ano nya sa wo mitim na mom se mi tonso kwa na obi hu mi kura po na se bia obi so tonso na me cross kwa na koyin so na manipa na unua se de ntina o so cross akoyin so na manipa na na afede wa start no ntokwa na no ku gbagbagba ba mi so me peka sa ntokwa nti mu se nkofo ba man sa be hwe menim tim me fere na ma sa me ho na me ko
nti o se Monica o madam Monica nti on se e bia wunyi no nkola brem nya ye wo ba asasi so chese na weni so ade hu nya ne say bia wo benka be doctor ni wo be nurse ni nti wo dia no kan story ni che e ko ne sen e ba ne
first na me ko school na me class 5 the class 5 no me papa me papa wu jam ho ko ye no na me hu so masema ye mobo ye ko ye no so ma sorry for mo boa me o ma me start bomb nsanwa me nuanom so boa me busuafo na boa me afi ye ni wie ye bibia wie ma me so me fa se me maame esu ewu nti owu ye na ebedu sa mrebi na ama school ko mantimi anko nti na mbanyi ye no mu no na ye me ya se school no manko
nti school ukodu in school ukodu
me kodu class 5 na me jaye ba se ya me ya se awo nka me sanya school nka me sa ko na me so be doctor se de okay na ma be ye
na nka be so ye doctor nka sa na be so ye den
nka be se menya doctor ana se bia me ko kefi school ana se bia menya tailor ana bia menya hairdresser but amba ne sama me na menya du sebrese na me ya pes me akola kititi na minimu hwe ba menya du se na me ya se sanyama ne na ye de akachi ama me
nta adentina wanko ana school no we class 5 no na wo sha se o ye den fiti sa emre ne
bedroom maybe nso na me so me yare pa koda doctor doctor hospital mo jime to odin so be se ba 5 ti me so me ho san ka me wu nyame kwa na ebo me do mo de ma me no medon pe na ayese me eto me anka ne kwa bebia me gina pa ne ko hu se na me gina hampo
se djuma be na na o yan se na be share pure djuma na
first na me sua hairdresser oh hairdresser first na me sua hairdresser ana madam no so pemasen madam no so nya bibi kakra or the mame me kunu so onya bibi kakra so de boa me but e bedum e bi na me ye hairdresser no say hairdresser na me ye no eya amanfo ya sakura we that e be owie hairdresser wa kotuna baby pa ana ba be doctor ana ba be ye tailor ana ba ye hairdresser e ti na kwaso be fom be ma say aduma no me so na metimi nkom anim no na me mbre no eno na sese ano me bre anka me anya piota no meton me nka say ya na ye me ti wona me ti nsuo so ati ase ya na ye me ya pa manya me ti na bia ne ye anka na baby abade sam office na me baby na so me nim say piota na me ton no me so me ton na bedrum re bia me ton akodu kopum pemprenso ana me ton akopum ta me de me bo abrewu me so piota me ton a bedrum re bia e stop a
wo kunu ne mba
me won kwala miensa na me wo no nkwala no me tom school fees on books bibia mia me kunu so de kakraba ente bedrum re bia onya kakra o de support nkwala bedu kakra so a branding na me agi branding na fa esi ano ne kakra o ka se ma me hwe nkwala na ma me tunu onya kakra na da ma nkwala ma me so nya kakra da twem so nya kakra da support omo e be ya asumde be fie ba se papa so na hwe nkwala na ma omo so we wu no ono wa kon na se si anso de se papa me ka cho se anse be ma me na wo miensa wanya me ho ade de bia na o twempra wo mechi de me ka no ti ase o twempra wo mechi onya me ho ade obi a me ni wa wo nkwala miensa ya me ho ade mpo na hye me ka wa po no se me so me wo nipa mu wanya me ho ade wanya me hwe onya oba fufura na na ni bre afo ho oba bi no wa support se no wa boni se no apagya no consume ko na me ka se ni kombe bu o wa support ni se me se wo kombe bu na wo na opagya na o twe ko mbu ati bomodi na ya de ba me ho de be so be me ho de se me ho de so ntime nye sister ha me papa
enti sisi ano enti ma no mo ko school
o say
ma mo ko school
mo boarding baako
SHS
na baako so SS na baako be man wo first no class 5 so class 6
enti wo ba no wo SHS no so da chi bi wo ba no so aka say ba me pese me doctor na send me pese me ton nsu a wo be pene ma na ye say duma
ade me bre no me ba bre sa bre no so apiota
na so say no ano pese oye wo be ende
me ma ne nya because ka kwam ti me ma ne nye
e na say wo hu say wa ye bi e ma nya me de hira nto pese oye bi a
nya dia me de me nsi ni kwan obet me about on cross kwan no obet gina this side say and say traffic ni gina po a no mo so be top yota obet me aton am ka to be nya no so abe de wa be fie wo hu ati be ma ni me hu ade na wanya na ha me eye me ya
me wo ye ne be ka
pa eye me ya tama esi anu susresha me wo mu ni na me kasa no ama me ti wa edudu enti ase e
da santi Monica so ne en kasa her story is touching, right? Yes, but this is Auntie Monica's story. This is Everyday People on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Victoria Cheibafo, and this is the Hustler's story.
The capital of Rwanda to another province called the Muzanzi, which is about 2 hours 15 minutes drive from Kigali. This is also the same province that gorillas can be found, which I'm super excited about. We are heading to a massive place in Rwanda, which is called the Bedrocks Cultural Village. I hope you enjoyed this vlog. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. So guys, while on our trip, guess what? We are here and you can see the city of Kigali from here. Look at this, so beautiful. Hi guys, we are back again, Charlie. Still here in Rwanda. I'm at a place called the Bedrocks, and here is where banana beer is. This is my first time hearing banana beer, and I'm going to be trying it for the first time. I'm super excited you all are coming along. Right here in Rwanda is the banana beer. Let's go, let's experience everything that happens here. Let's go.
Red Rocks, it is a it have two types. One, it is a Red Rock Cultural Center, where it is a social enterprise. Means that it says these tours, and it says restaurants, where it is a non-profitable organization. Its main purpose is for sustainable and conserving the nature around Volcano National Park. This is a campsite where we have camp tents and we have other fixed tents. We have so many kinds of tents. Every day they come by doing some activities like a basket weaving and even cleaning and even doing whatever. There they have community art gallery, means everything they do here, you found there on the community art gallery. Okay, thank you so much. I wish you, all of you, to come and sit, because here there is your seat. And we are going to start by first step, where we are going to peeling our banana. First of all, we are going to wash our hands. In Rwanda, we focus on hygiene. Yes. All of you, experience. The experience means all of you, we are going to
work together.
Yes, to work together. Yes.
Can I just peel it?
As one. Yes.
So you're going to peel.
And then you peel it.
Yes, you peel like that. And then the fluid you put inside here. Okay. Yes.
You're allowed to taste some banana, so I'm about to taste the banana. This is very sweet banana.
Okay, now as you see, this is our banana inside the breathing tube, and then this is our spear grass. In our local name, we call it spear ishinje. Ishinje. Ishinje means we use it is a plant which is to be on some mountains of Rwanda. Yes, and there are some people who import them in Uganda. And then we are going to put inside here and then try to mix in two positions, 1, 2, 1, 2, by smashing activity. Smashing activity. This grass, it is like a filter. Yes, it is like a filter where you put here and then try to mix, and then juice try to come. Yes, in the some press.
fun out here.
You're going to go in a two position. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yes, left to left. Yes, yes. 1. It's just like a filter. It means, as you see, there is a spear grass inside and even in the banana. Yeah. Where the juices is it's a cum. Yes. It means this is our juice. Yeah. Yes. It means we are going to separate by using this material. And we are going to test.
I have my banana beer. Cheers. Cheers. Cheers, my love. Cheers. Cheers. This is how it looks like. So this is the final product. When this is left for some time, it ferments and become a beer, just like how palm wine is made. So I'm going to be trying for the first time and let you know how it tastes like. Wow, it's actually very sweet. It's sweet. It has it's sweet. It's sweet, just like banana juice without the fiber, and the back tastes like the grass because of the grass that you use. But it doesn't. It's not bitter. The back taste is not bitter. It's actually sweet. This is nice. You should try this. This is a beautiful experience here, and I love everything. The women are so nice. Everyone is just fun. Yeah. So cheers once again. I have a little left, so cheers. Thank you so much. So they served us with some maize and wait, give me potato, please. Thank you. So this is sweet potato. It's very hot and yeah, very hot and it's nice. Yeah, sweet potato looks different from the ones that I've seen in Ghana. Ours is a bit whitish or yellowish. Sweet potatoes.
Okay, enjoy.
Oh, welcome. So I'm going to try my hands on weaving this. Yes. This is how it looks like. So
if it's possible, give that basket to madam, and then you continue there.
So to give this.
Things ready for there.
Aww.
Yes. And then
I think it's very similar to crocheting.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. We dance our cultural songs.
Yeah. Ah, nice.
Yeah.
beautiful experience. So guys, this brings us to the end of this experience. I hope you enjoyed watching this video as much as I enjoyed being here, as much as I enjoyed the whole experience of banana beer making and the dancing, the cultural experience. If you want to come here and experience everything, it's $45 per group. So you want to come here with your family, you want to come here with your friends, whenever you are here in Rwanda, whenever you are here at the north, whenever you are here at the Bed Rocks Cultural Center. Until next time, I want to say subscribe, like and share. Until next time on my next video from Rwanda, I love you all. Mwah.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place, the Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quaniton, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. The proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer in 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana digital agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements. Be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card. You must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I came and make repair on my bicycle. It's cost me about 400. More than that, I didn't finish. So if the bicycle spoiled and the person don't have money, how is he going to repair it?
Anytime I want to go to any place, I do not pay any transportation because I have the right.
Okay, this one is 600.
So we will entreat all riders to always ride with safety in mind and make sure they ride with safety gears like helmets.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now, oh, me.
Obek canocre. Susu sang pine, be a want on and be a man in quite baby.
Mommy, you first can see about Kotoso. Pepoga, send me Sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shade and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar Akofino, download to Lemonade Finance.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk.
Yummy.
Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
We also have a delegation from the American Institute for Resource and Human Development. Can we have a wave from all of them? Thank you very, very, very much. Present with us, we also have Mr. Kwesi Abankwa, the Head of Corporate and International Affairs at the Ministry of Education. Students of the whole school, Accra High School. We also have with us students from Aquinas Senior High School and Laboni Senior High School. Thank you, everyone. We are most grateful. May I now please invite Upbringing to continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Larry. Please give him a round of applause. Give him a round of applause. It appears this Ahisco club is overshadowing everyone. So later on, I want to see how the other schools also clap. So maybe you should give us how you clap and let's see. All right, once again, I would like to welcome you all to the maiden edition of our roadshow, the STEM Promotion Roadshow, which will also take place in other regions as we move on. But as you did hear from Larry, we are live on Ghana Television and a number of media stations. Right now, I'd like to introduce our high table, or our guest on our high table. And we're proud to introduce to you our host school head teacher, Miss Evelyn Sabil Nabia. Please give her a round of applause. All right. We also have in our midst the Minister for Information, who is also the Member of Parliament for Ofuase Ayirebi, Honorable Kojo Opon-Nkrumah. And of course, our Minister for Education, the man who is running this program with the support, of course, from everybody in this country, the Honorable Dr. Yao Osei Educhumu is also the Member of Parliament for Bosomtwe. Please, a round of applause for him. We want to begin with our opening remarks by our guest, and that's the head teacher for Accra High, Miss Evelyn Sabil Nabia. Please, a round of applause for her.
Thank you very much. It's always heartwarming to have other guests among us in our school except ourselves. The Honorable Minister for Education, Dr. Yao Educhum, the Honorable Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Opon-Nkrumah, our guests from the American Institute for Resource and Human Development, Professor Asamoah, the Policy Advisor on STEM, all other officers who have accompanied our ministers from the various ministries, our guest sister schools, Aquinas, St. Thomas Aquinas, Laboni, and Kimbu Senior High School, students of Accra High School and staff, media, all protocol duly observed. Accra High School was established in 1923 with just 8 students. Currently, our school has a population of 2,409 students, made up of 1,220 girls and 1,189 boys. We run 7 programs in the school: general arts, general science, visual arts, business, technical, home econs, and our latest baby, STEM. It is noteworthy that the Accra High STEM Center, we are rather called a STEM Center, for our center is Science, Technology, Engineering, Arts, and Mathematics Center. The current first years, we have started the pre-engineering program, which is an aspect of STEM. The program run by Accra High, we have a total of 34 students in this class. However, there are 26 continuing students who are engaged at the STEM Center weekly. The rest of the student body equally visit the STEM Center at pre-scheduled times. A student doing the pre-engineering program will do all the traditional science subjects, thus biology, chemistry, physics, and elective maths. Then the student will then add pre-engineering as a subject. With this combination, a student reading the pre-engineering course is not disadvantaged when proceeding to the next level after secondary education. In fact, such a student who is pursuing pre-engineering is a student who has more opportunities. Students and staff of Accra High School have benefited from several trainings and programs regarding STEM ever since we started the pre-engineering program. It is equally heartwarming to inform all here gathered that Accra High School STEM Center has been hosting students from other sister senior high schools and pupils from basic schools within Accra. The center is literally active the whole week, including some weekends. There have been instances where officials from other countries have visited the center. Noted among these international guests are the Minister for STEM of Liberia, officials of education from Sudan in the company of officials of the UNDP and the World Bank. Honorable Ministers, in the Gospel of Luke, Luke chapter 5, verse 14 to 15, and I quote, "You are the light of the world. A town built on a hill cannot be hidden. Neither do people light a lamp and put it under a bowl. Instead, they put it in its stand, and it gives light to everybody in the house." End of quote. I believe it is in this vein that these two powerful ministers in the country have decided to organize the Maiden STEM Roadshow in order to draw the attention of the nation and, in fact, the world to how well Ghana has embraced STEM education. Through this roadshow, the average Ghanaian would appreciate the fact that STEM education is the way to go in this 21st century. Honorable Ministers, all protocol observed. Your choice of Accra High School for this maiden roadshow, for this maiden STEM roadshow is apt. As a school, we are celebrating our centenary come November this year, and hence we see this as a prelude to our celebration. I wish to profit on this occasion to thank the President of the Republic, His Excellency Nana Addo Akufo-Addo, for his dream for the 21st century Ghanaian child and for supporting the Minister for Education to make this dream a reality. On this note, on behalf of the Board of Governors, the PTA, staff and students of our school, I welcome in a very special way the Minister for Education, Honorable Dr. Educhum, and the Minister for Information, Honorable Kojo Opon Nkrumah, and the accompanying officials from both ministries and our international guests. All officials from the Ghana Education Service headquarters, the media, and all of us here in gathered. STEAM them, teach them, welcome to all our guests. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam. Let's give it up one more time for her. I'm in love with that Hisco part. That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you. All right, so distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I now humbly invite the Minister for Information to come up and then give us some remarks. Let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Hello, good afternoon. I can hear you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. And how are you doing? So, Honorable Minister, Madam Headmistress, officials from the Education Ministry, Information Ministry, Ghana Education Service, and students of all the schools that are here, we're excited that you are joining us for the very first STEM Promotion Roadshow that is kicking off right here from Ahisco. Now, anybody who's followed the history of global development would know that one of the instruments that determine how far a country can go is the quality of its people. And therefore, human capital development is a matter that is of high significance to a lot of countries. In Ghana, the government of Ghana, and in particular the Akufo-Addo administration, believes in investing in human capital development. And not just investing in human capital development generally, but even specifically paying attention to a number of things, or a number of subsectors like STEM or like STEAM. I'm told you have a new expression here called what? STEAM them, teach them, and then teach them. I hear you, I hear you, I hear you. Now, a lot of work has gone on, not just here, but in a number of existing senior high schools to build STEM centers. And then there are a number of totally new STEM senior high schools that this administration has constructed. The purpose of this STEM promotion roadshow is to allow the entire country, or give the entire country, education policy shapers, faculty, students, parents, indeed the entire world, an opportunity to see what is being done, to have a deeper understanding, and to interact with this entire STEM and STEAM agenda. So I'm going to cede the platform to the minister responsible for education. He'll do a little presentation on what the vision, what the agenda is, what we are doing throughout the country, reference to this STEM promotion program, or the STEM program itself. And then I'm going to invite you, the students. This maiden edition is for you, the students. I'm going to invite you to interact with him. You may still have some questions, some feedback. Feel free, be confident, grab a microphone and speak up. The Honorable Minister is with you. Give him feedback on what is going on and ask him questions. When we go to other institutions, we're going to spend time with other stakeholders. For example, we'll spend time with faculty. We're going to bring together faculty, STEM faculty from various institutions, for the minister to have an opportunity to interact with them, get feedback, make inputs into what they are doing. We're also going to spend time at some other institution with education policy makers, for them also to give feedback and inputs into this entire program that is going on there. And then, of course, industry. The minister has been very, very consistent in making the point that industry and academia have to work together, so that the talent that grow is talent that is relevant to industry. So we'll have an opportunity to also sit with industry on and to get their input and to get their feedback as well. I'm sure you're excited about what we are doing. So I want to invite you to pay attention to the screens and see what has gone on here at Accra High School STEM Center before the Honorable Minister does his presentation.
I'm so happy. As you are all happy, busy with your practical work. This is what we want. Now there is a complete paradigm shift. We have moved away from theoretical learning of STEM to practical way of learning STEM. We are really enjoying what we are doing. We are into robotics. We are into artificial intelligence. We are doing machine learning. For the hands-on activities, it is bonus. All the students are so happy.
So right now we are doing a little bit about basic electronics, trying to prove the law of resistance in basic electronic circuits. Until recently, education was very hard because we didn't have the hands-on experience with regards to the chemicals and then the apparatus. But now with the introduction of STEM learning, we have the opportunity to actually use a lot of the science apparatus which we never really got to. We only learned of. It has also improved practical learning, which makes everything easier. So when we go to the examination hall and there are questions, practical questions, we are able to answer because we've had hands-on experience with everything that is on the question paper, which makes examinations and education go on very smoothly.
It's our first time of doing this, but we find it difficult and even somehow easy. The reason why we found it difficult is that it's our first time of doing it. And it shows us that we have something in us that Even after skipping, we can look for provide a thing. We are also a STEM center, a new program for that matter. It comes with infrastructure, it comes with other equipment. Of course, there's no identity. One such one is the very beautiful STEM center that can be built. We apply locations where our scientists laboratories have been refurbished. Most of our staff and students have benefited from a lot of training regarding STEM. We couldn't have asked for anything less, and we know that in the coming years, coming months, and in the coming days, there are a lot more activities that are going to take place relating to STEM. And in the STEM school, of course, we would also benefit from them. Judging from my own students, the excitement of hands-on activities that they come to the center to be able to experience, it tells you that the Ghanaian child can do more, can learn better when we are training them and teaching them on hands-on activities. I like to use this occasion to thank the President of our Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for this dream and for supporting the Minister of Education to make sure that this dream is a reality.
So please join me to receive the Honorable Minister for...
Okay, thank you so much. At the beginning, we had a deal here that we're all going to sit and do the presentation. I saw my colleague stand up, and I said, if the Minister for Information has stood up, then the teacher-in-chief of Ghana has to stand up. Our profession lends itself to standing up to teach and standing up to deliver. I'm so excited to be here this afternoon. A very warm welcome to my colleagues from the United States of America who are visiting the country, and they are part of this big road show. This is an open house. We want the good people of Ghana to see the investment their tax cities are making in the future of this country. The great investment being made by the President of the Republic so that the future of this nation will be bright and brighter than what we find today. I'm so grateful to the headmistress of this school. I call her Her Excellency the STEM Ambassador. There could be no better ambassador of STEM than a young headmistress of Accra High School. We also have the leader who is leading the fight at the STEM Center. Madam, we are grateful to you for your leadership and for the work that you are doing here. So you can see the ladies are in charge and they are driving the STEM agenda of the Republic of Ghana. We are beginning from Accra High, an existing high school almost 100 years old, where they have embraced STEM, and they are leading the charge. In fact, they've graduated from STEM to STEAM, adding the creative arts as part of our STEM agenda. I know that other schools around the country can't wait to become part of this great effort, which is happening at the existing schools. But we have also made a great effort and investment led by the President in building new STEM schools. These are full-fledged, stand-alone schools, beautiful campuses, and if they show some of them here, my colleagues from America will tell you this is like a community college. But these are the boarding high schools in Ghana. And students go there, they don't have to pay any tuition. It's a novel opportunity to bring about transformation of our nation. The President of the Republic, after assuming office in 2017, fulfilled a major campaign promise that he wanted all Ghanaian youth to have opportunity for secondary education. Until then, since independence in 1957, the poor had to stay in their small corner somewhere if they don't have the money to go to senior high school. It all ended in September 2016 when the government launched free secondary education and ensured that every child anywhere in the country will get the opportunity for secondary education. That was resolving or solving the access question. You know, in education, you have to look at access, quality, and relevance. Ensuring that every child went to senior high school and could have access to TVET education, technical education, STEM education was just the first step of access. Then we have to look at the quality of teaching and learning. STEM, learn itself to critical thinking, where students, through hands-on, minds-on activities, are able to demonstrate what they know. To get rid of rote memorization in this country, there couldn't have been any better approach than STEM or STEAM education. These are the standalone high schools built from scratch as STEM high schools. Each one of them has 12 science labs, in addition to STEM labs, where science activities take place. Teachers are located in their classrooms. They are also housed on the school campus. Students are housed there. They are distributed widely across the country. They live here, study here, learn here, teach here. And that is the new way of transforming education and transforming the fortunes of our great nation called Ghana. More of these schools are under construction. I'm excited about the STEAM High School in Kumasi, where it's a creative arts high school where the students also get to do science and engineering in addition to that. We believe that has the opportunity for major transformation. The Ghanaian child must be prepared to compete with the rest of the world and win. And it begins and ends with STEAM education. When we do the STEM, I always tell people that in America, they talk about STEAM more. They've graduated from STEM. We are yet to graduate from STEM. So we are not jumping to STEAM, that full steam ahead. However, we want to make sure arts courses are integrated into our STEM schools so that we'll create well-rounded citizenry and not just those who are just focusing on engineering and other related courses. This is our Creative Arts Senior High School in the city of Kumasi under construction. It's going to receive students from across the length and breadth of Ghana. It's going to be a boarding school, and you have to audition to get into this school. And by September, I've been assured by the Ghana Education Service and Ghana TV Service working together to ensure that we'll start the operationalization of the school. We'll start recruiting students from across the country. And this is where their future and the future of the country will be molded in the creative arts industry and other professionals who will do the back end of creative arts and the front end of creative arts, help the nation in our search towards developing that first-class human capital, as the Minister for Information said, something that will put us at the forefront of socio-economic transformation. The world went through the first industrial revolution, the steam engine. We went to the second industrial revolution. Electricity came. the third industrial revolution, computer science. And now we are in the fourth industrial revolution, where there's a merger between biological and the electrical, where things are changing. Everything that we know is changing. It's estimated within about 10 years, in some countries, they may lose about 40% of the jobs that we have today. In our nation called Ghana, artificial intelligence is going to change a lot of things. How do we prepare our youth for this future? And that is what the STEM education is about. Beginning from the kindergarten, as you can see from your screens, we are changing the face of education in Ghana. The president has made an investment so that starting from KG, look at the students there, how they are enjoying their tablets. And all the smart boards are in the classroom. And this is public kindergarten, and one of the finest in the world. About 122 of them are being constructed across the country, and we are super excited that will catch them young. We mold them and allow them to focus and change the course of history of our nation. And all the others who are watching across the length and breadth of the country, and they are talking about, what about my school? I have major challenge with my facility. We understand. That is why, as a nation, we began to make investment so that we can tear down dilapidated schools and in its place build new schools that lend themselves to the way of teaching and learning that we have begun through STEM. In the next few weeks, through the World Bank intervention and the Arab Development Bank's intervention, a number of new schools are going to be built across the country. Some construction have begun, and so if you are watching us from anywhere in this country, understand that we have not neglected our basic schools, even as we reform our secondary schools. If you look at this building, this is a STEM school from KG to high school. This is the artistic impression, and it's under construction. This is in Accra. I hope and I know by January, February, we'll open this school. This is going to be one of the finest public schools you see in this country. I know when it is done and completed, parents are going to line up. And we may have to use raffle to determine who gets in. People will be lined up. Across the country, the various reforms that have been introduced under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa, I would say, is catching fire. Almost every week, a chief comes to my office asking if there can be a STEM school in their community. Thank God the vision of the president is seen coming to fruition. And as we do more of this, the roadshow becomes important, where not only are we showcasing what we are doing, but also engaging our stakeholders further to ensure that the ideas can be incorporated into what we are already doing. So today I'm excited to share the stage with the most dynamic Minister for Information of the Republic. And with him, we can share more. With him, we can get Ghanaians to understand the vision of the president. And I know that some of you are sitting at your homes and you're saying, politician, you have a short life cycle. What happens to you when you are no longer in government? You are asking that, and that's why the Constitution does not forbid you to vote for me to continue. So the journey has just begun, and we will continue. Our model junior high schools, STEM focus. You see the images there. So across the country, we want to make sure that the youth who we have here have a better opportunity than we had, so that they will begin to innovate and change the fortunes of this country. Before I take my seat, I'll share with you the story of a young man called Kojo. Kojo had a dream. In the dream, he was fortunate enough to be talking with God. He was lucky. He was speaking with God, and God said, Kojo, you're going to be the best engineer the world has ever known. And he said, no, God, with all due respect, I can't. And God said, I know you. I created you. You're going to be the best in the world. And he said, God, you know, I'm a young man growing up in Ghana. In high school, I'm doing visual arts. Nobody will allow me to become an engineer. For those of you watching from around the world who don't know much about the Ghanaian education system, our high school is so regimented and rigid. If you do general arts, it means you will never be an engineer if you stay in Ghana. Visual arts, you need not apply. They won't allow you, but these are the most innovative minds. Every year we graduate 80,000 of them, and certain universities will not even allow them to come and do economics. So Kojo mentioned that to God, but what Kojo didn't know, that God knew Kojo was going to travel to America. And when he goes to America, nobody will stop him from becoming an engineer because he did visual arts in high school in Ghana. So I have to wait for everybody to go to America just like I got the opportunity to go. No, we can't do that. Therefore, we as a government have created an opportunity for all young people who will not do science in high school for one reason or another to go to selected universities and do a pre-engineering course, an intensive mathematics, physics, and chemistry course work for a year, and when university so certifies, they can move on to do engineering. That is how we boost our engineering numbers. Vietnam is producing over about 100,000 engineers a year, a population of 90 million plus. We are 30 million plus, and we are just doing 6,500, in a good year, 7,000, and that is not the Ghana that we want to create. We want to create opportunity for all these young men and women, bright individuals, great youth. Give them the opportunity to blossom, and they will change the course of history of this nation, be a shining example to what is possible in the world, and especially in Africa, and show the way that Africa can do it, and Africa will do it. Thank you for the opportunity.
Very much, the Honorable Minister, for your delivery. The future is here with us. It's no longer the future, we are living it. The Honorable Minister has worked tirelessly since his appointment, very, very diligently, and I'm sure sitting here and watching today's program, he will look back and say, yes, at least I've worked and ensured that this is a program which was far-fetched, but is now being lived on. Honorable Minister, thank you very, very much. He's someone who is in the office latest by 6:30. He's in the office. You can't beat him to that. And he always leaves very late, working assiduously and tirelessly. Thank you, Honorable Minister. We are most grateful. Let me, with your permission, introduce a number of personalities here in Ghana. We have the Deputy Director General at the Ghana Education Service, Mr. Stephen Owusu. Thank you very much. I want to hear more of that history, that's why. We also have with us the Director, Human Resource at the Ministry of Education, Alhaji Umar Razak. Thank you very much. We also have with us the PTA Chairman, Reverend J.G. Ofori, are here with us. AJ, right, Ofori. From Moria Education, we have Mr. A.P. Singh. He's joined us here. We are most grateful that you came around. All the way from the United States of America. He flew in purposely for today's event, and he's joined us. He's here with us. He is the Project Director at the U.S. Department of Education, and he is in the person of Professor Fedoline Anunobi. He's joined us all the way from the U.S. Thank you very, very much. So you can see the importance that this project is generating, not only in Ghana, but across the world. Thank you very, very, very much. Now we move on to the Q&A session. We are here because we want to hear from the students who have the hands-on experience, the students who envisage entering into the world. The Honorable Minister has mentioned time and again that education is the tool to ensure the socio-economic transformation of the country. And it is imperative that those who are beginning that process are given the opportunity to ask these questions. So let's begin with the very first person who has a question for the attention of the Honorable Minister. Please mention your name and the school you are from.
Good afternoon. My name is Sirin Mensah from Accra High School. My name is Sirin Mensah from Accra High School, and my question for the Minister of Education is, what is the way forward of students who are pursuing STEM?
Way forward. So she wants to know what is the way forward for students who are pursuing STEM. Thank you. Can we have the next student?
My name is Aisha Bawa, a student of Accra High School. Okay, Honorable Minister, please, during your invention of STEM, what are some of the challenges you experienced or you faced?
My name is Tuchukbo Michael from St. Thomas Aquinas Senior High School. I'm offering general science. Honorable Minister, please, I would like to know the role of WAEC in terms of STEM education, as far as STEM education is concerned. Thank you very much.
All right, so let's allow the Honorable Minister to respond to the first 3 questions, then thereafter you'll be called upon to also ask him your questions. So please, Honorable Minister, please kindly respond.
Yeah, if the IT guy can show the career pathways of STEM, I think it's part of our presentation to be very useful, so the young ones will be able to know the way forward. I think that's what the first question. Can you show us, IT people,
the career pathways after STEM
and opportunities that is available? You know, we've structured the STEM program in Ghana in a very unique way, where you're doing your biology, chemistry, and physics, and then your pre-engineering can then lead you to engineering science. You see, engineering science and physics by themselves can lead you to the pursuance of an engineering degree at Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, for example. So when you do this, biomedical is ahead of you, medical science ahead of you. There are so many opportunities that you have. But you know, the interesting thing is that if you go ahead to do medicine, now, the role of robotics in medicine has become very profound. So you are going to be trained as a 21st century medical doctor. So we are now working with the universities. We are making them aware that these students who are coming to them are going to be very different. So if they get to the university should be ready for them. And that is why we are now working with WAEC. We are working with NACA, National Center for Curriculum and Assessment, and also we are now having a dialogue with selected universities where they can create an accelerated program at the universities for students who are going to do all set of courses, so that there will be a way for them to get some waivers when they get to the university and don't have to spend 4 years and repeating some of the things that they've already done. Now, the pathways include agri-science. You know now robotics are being used in agriculture in a very unique way. Aviation and aerospace science, biomedical science, engineering, and of course we have the creative arts, global studies, manufacturing. All these together form what we have called in Ghana the STEM curriculum. West African Examination Council, for those of you who are watching and may not know much about our education system, they are the ones who administer our external or exit exams after high school and also after junior high school. Their role in this is critical. Interestingly, today I was speaking at a WAEC event where I mentioned this, that they have to get ready to examine the students differently in terms of those who are pursuing robotics, artificial intelligence, machine learning. These are different from the kind of exams they've administered over the years. So yes, WAEC is getting ready to work with the Ministry of Education and universities to make sure we have a different kind of assessment for the students who are going to pursue this. If you look at aviation and aerospace science, for example, there's a school in the Ashanti region that has done some wonderful things. This is a girls' high school. If the video is there, you can show for the nation to see. Fiakobi Girls High School has given us a reason to expand aviation and aerospace education to our high schools. Next year, 10 high schools will be involved in that. We've made contact with Duval High School in Maryland, USA, and we're going to have a partnership with them. They're doing similar things, developing unmanned aircraft, and a whole lot of things, which will be the wave of the future for Ghanaian youth. And consequently, the role of the examining authority is also very important because you cannot just write an essay and pass your aviation class. You have to design something and show it to the examiner or a panel of experts for them to know you truly understand what you are talking about. So it's a very profound and interesting question. Now let's watch this.
And then there was a question about challenges, the major challenges, yeah.
Just be patient with us. Go 1 mile and come back, 1 mile radius, and then come back to land. Built by some young ladies at a girls' high school in the central region of Ghana. Next academic year, 10 other schools are going to join them. They have to run away. So this is truly exciting. I think there was a question about challenges. Like any new thing, you're going to have some challenge. At Accra High School, it took us a few days and weeks to get a class together, explaining to them what STEM education is about, getting the headmistress to come on board, and now the headmistress is the ambassador for STEM. Initially, I said, my sister, what are you doing? And then now she is into it. You see, also it comes with the training. You have to train the teachers, train the head of the school. If the head of the school doesn't embrace it, you've lost the war. You've lost it. So now she's going to be the trainer of other headmistresses and headmasters because she's now full steam ahead, embracing STEM and graduating us to STEAM and showing the way, madam. We are very grateful. So challenges, yes, training, capacity for the adults and students, counseling. So now we are going to junior high school. You see, junior high school students are coming to this center at Accra High. You come here and they are here. Those students are going to be the pipeline from KG all the way to high school to the university. So Ghana is in fact creating a STEM pipeline. And that pipeline will continue to move. And that is how you get the STEM professionals that the country will need because they move on to industry. And then we have a more relevant education system. Did I answer all your questions? Way forward, challenges? Why? Yes.
But before we take the next set of questions, I just want to make 2 quick points. First, on the career pathways that you just showed. And to the students who are here, this is also a cue to you. This is now spend some time just researching these various, examining how they tickle your fancy. Some of you read aviation and manufacturing and other things. You will then notice how they begin to tickle your fancy, and then even your exploration of the entire STEM or STEAM space is directed into some of these specific areas. That's number one. About challenges in every human endeavor, will come across challenges. And Minister, I just want to go back very briefly. The Kufuor administration, pushed forward heavily with the capitation grant and the school feeding program as part of the bigger exercise of investing in human capital development. But it was not without challenges. But challenges don't make you stop. Challenges push you to a point where you bring your best to bear and see how to turn around that curve. And today, the Akufo-Addo administration has added on to that free senior high school and STEM and STEAM. It's not that they don't have problems. They do have their own set of challenges, but we were designed to overcome challenges and keep surging forward. So to you, the students who are here, make it a point to research some more about some of these career options, and also build it at the back of your mind that despite challenges, we were built to overcome challenges. There may be challenges in the STEM course itself that you are doing. There may be challenges with the bigger enterprise, but we were built to overcome challenges, and we should explore how we quickly overcome them. So we can take the next batch.
Come up. Please come up.
I go by the name Dachumo Eric Achu, representing the Great St. Thomas Aquinas SHS, and I'm offering signs. So, Honorable Minister, from your submission, you talked about creating opportunities for the youth. So, I want to know what the Ministry of Education is doing to promote the study of science among the various students in the schools. What are they doing to corroborate the study of science among these individuals, and how are they going to motivate the students or counsel them when they are studying those courses? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can we have the next students?
Good afternoon. My name is Benis Dovison, and I'm a student of Laboni Senior High School. I am a general science student, and I'm in the year 3. I would like to know, at a point in your presentation to us, I was very intrigued. I would like to know what the auditions that will be held during the admission process will entail, especially for students who are not privileged to be coming from a junior high school that is STEM inclined, before they will be able to be admitted into such a senior high school. What would they need to have, or what would they need to possess? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Benedict Osei-Bonsu from Laboni Senior High. And Honorable Minister, I would like to know if these prospects being spoken of are going to be available here in Ghana rather than abroad. Thank you.
Thank you. We are already living it anyway. Honorable Minister, can you please respond to the students?
Thank you. I'll take the last question. It's here. I'm sure you're a guest of Accra. Accra High students are living this.
Please come forward.
Maybe you are reminding me that I should be looking at your school, right? Yeah, so thank you. You are indirectly saying, can we have the same thing in our school? So I hear you, and we're going to work on that. So you want to take this question first? Or he can wait for us? Okay, you wait at the mic. Okay, good. So I think I mentioned something about that apply to the creative arts school and not the STEM. In the creative arts school, they have to audition. You have to have your portfolio. You have to come there. If you say you are coming to do music, what have you done? Because it's going to be very competitive. Only one school for the whole country. So it's going to be very competitive, and that's why the audition will come in. They'll go around the country, though, to do the recruitment. So if you're in Tamale and you want to be part of the creative arts high school, you don't have to come to Kumasi to audition. So they will be going around the country to audition and also give the opportunity to our students to go to the creative arts high school. In terms of promotion of science, in a number of schools, existing high schools, we are giving them new science labs. If we can show that on the screen, it will be very helpful for people to know that apart from the new STEM high schools, existing high schools are getting a science makeover where you go and we have a beautiful science lab constructed. It's not everywhere yet, but it's coming to a school near you, or maybe coming to your school. And also, we are giving free textbooks to all science students. You know, we have a goal of making sure that 60% of our university students will be in the STEM-related field. Yeah, these are the science labs that the president has made it possible for us to build across the country. More beautiful than some university science labs. This is, I think, the one at Okuapimai Senior High School. A number of high schools have gotten new science labs. It's making teaching and learning of science more attractive. In addition, we're also building STEM. You see, there are some here. This is Wesley Girls Senior High School, where we built 6 science labs for them. We want a majority of the students to pursue science at the school. So if it's not in your school yet, know that it will be coming. This is our Flower Community Senior High School. and they also have their science lab, and they were having fun washing their hands and engaging in science lab activities. So it's a new dawn in the Ghanaian education space. And and more is happening. And that's why I'm super excited that we have the Minister of Information championing the communication so that the country will know that something different is happening throughout the length and breadth of our nation. Counseling, we see that as a very critical component of what we are doing. Not everybody is coming from a home where they may have an engineer mom or educated dad or whatever. So now we want to make sure junior high schools have students get adequate counseling, and high school students likewise, so that they will take advantage of the opportunities that have been presented to them. In fact, in some of the new STEM schools, they have smart boards. They call the avocado board. And there's a testimony of a young woman who talks about her excitement. I think the video went viral, and if the country will see it today, it will be very helpful for them to see that the excitement that these children are expressing. Yeah, that is the young lady whose video went viral.
Who has a lot of equipment. Everything about this school is just more than just. I feel very blessed. I feel very privileged being in this school because this school has a lot of equipment. Everything about this school is just more than just superb. I don't even feel like going to the house anyways. I always want to be in this school to be able to learn. Everything here is just good. Just don't feel like going home. In my alma mater, which is University Junior High School, even though it was a big school, we're not having such kind of facilities or equipment. But being in this school, it makes everything easier. For my school, if you're able to search for anything that is virtual or anything that is visual, meaning the ICT, the teacher has to use the phone, go around with it. But here, you just can sit at the back and just view everything that is being shown from there. I'm very excited.
So you see the excitement expressed by a student. That makes the job worthwhile, that we need to pursue this agenda to the finish. Thank you.
Ask your question. Please limit it to just one.
My name is Stephen Kwame Usu, the head boys prefect for Accra High School. Honorable Minister, I believe that under the Akufo-Addo's administration, the best thing that has happened to us is STEM education. Honorable Minister, my question is, what is the future policy the current government is making to secure the future of STEM education in the country? Thank you.
Next student, please.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. Thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Benis Ivinyope from Kimbu Senior High School, a general arts student. My question is, as a general arts student, I want to ask you that pursuing or learning STEM education, how far can the STEM education take me in terms of my education and my life ahead of? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Honorable Minister. I go by the name Michael Edem from Kimbu Senior High Technical School. Please, my question is, I want to ask how the innovations made by our fellow students are being considered in the technological development of the country.
Thank you very much. Can we have the last student?
My name is Sirin Klena Mrensa. I'm an Accra High student and journal art. I'm here to commend the Honorable Minister for Education for how far he has taken the Ghanaian education, and I'm here to thank him. And God bless you.
Wow. So, Honorable Minister getting commendation from one of the students.
Wow. I thought politics was a thankless job, not knowing that you can get the youth to appreciate the government and appreciate you in the political space. This is what gives us the energy to move on and do more for our nation. So I'm very grateful to you for just getting up to commend me and to give me more energy to do more for our dear nation, Ghana. There was a question about general students and your future. I've mentioned that so far as you feel so inclined and you want to move in the STEM field, even if you don't get the opportunity in the high school, or those watching who may not have STEM programs in your high school, understand that you have this opportunity to pursue STEM at Kumasi Technical University, at Pentecost University, at University of Mines and Technology at Takwa, and a host of other universities are coming on stream where they are offering you an opportunity to change your mind, so to speak. You have a 1-year intensive pre-engineering program, and from there you have the field of engineering wide open, whether it's geological engineering, computer engineering, aviation, whatever field in engineering you want to pursue, the opportunity will be extended to you to pursue that. So generous, if you want to change your mind, feel free to do so. There was also a question about securing the future of this country. It got me thinking. We've been independent for over 60 years now. No doubt the nation have made great strides. Various presidents have done their bit, have done their part, and I think the Minister for Information articulated that. We are in a different era, the 4th Industrial Revolution, and here comes a president who is thinking about the 4th Industrial Revolution and the role of Ghana in that process. And this is where securing the future begins. We secure the future of the nation through STEM education. And not only the education, but the commercialization of the ideas that come out of our schools. And that's why I'm so excited that we have a skill development fund that is going to be officially launched, where funds will be made available to individuals and to small companies that are commercializing some of the inventions coming out of our high schools. That is where the future of the country becomes secure, and that is how we secure the future of our nation. Understand, our youth, that we need to have a growth mindset. Fixed mindset, discard it. Got to be an individual who believes that everything is possible. Once you know everything is possible, it's just about how do I do it. So understand that growth mindset is what we need to have. And then forget about a fixed mindset that says, because I'm this, I cannot be that. Because I grew up in this part of town, I will never be this person. No, understand. If the former Secretary General of the United Nations grew up in Ghana, you too can be somebody. You too can grow up to become a great individual. So growth mindset is what we need to have, and the future of our nation will be secure. You see the TVET space and how it means the STEM areas. And I think it's important that we see TVET from a different perspective for innovation purposes and not just being trained to use an equipment.
Minister, I think we are very, very, very grateful for the time that you have had today to be here. As we mentioned, we're not ending here. Today is just the very maiden edition of the STEM Promotion Roadshow. We're going to visit a number of institutions across the country. Minister, you were telling me earlier that in all about, 20 STEM centers are being built?
Yes. In existing high schools, they're going to get what Accra High is.
And then there are a number of new ones.
New ones, 10 of them.
10 new ones.
10 of them across the country. In addition to 3 mid-sized schools just built for girls. Girls STEM High School. One has been operationalized, and that is where the young lady was talking about the excitement of using the avocado board.
Yeah.
That is Bosomtwe STEM High School. It's in my constituency. And then we have 2 other ones. One in Greater Accra and one at the Kumasi Girls School. Those are STEM Girls High School being funded by Kuwait Fund. And when those schools come online, we're going to have all girls STEM high schools. And it's going to be a new dawn in Ghanaian transformation.
Yeah, so we're going to be visiting a number of these institutions. As I mentioned earlier, maybe at Bosomtwe or somewhere else, we'll spend time with faculty. At some other institution, we'll spend time with industry. So, for example, the question about what happens to some of these innovations. Industry is being brought on board to pay some more attention, funding through the SDF, etc., being made available so that some of these innovations that are being put up will also find commercial expression. And then there was a final question there about where can this take me, even beyond the career pathways that you outlined. You become a solution provider on your own. You become somebody who has the ability to, with your knowledge and your hands, create and solve all sorts of things that may come around us. And so, Minister, for us from the Information Ministry, we're excited to be part of this, and we look forward to going across the country with you and showcasing to the country what is going on with STEM and STEAM. You said it's what? STEAM them, teach them, and then teach them, STEAM them. Minister, we thank you.
Thank you so much.
Just a quick introduction. We have with us Mr. Aaron Akwaba, Director Strategy and Innovation at the Ministry of Education here with us, as well as Hajia Fatima Hai. She's the coordinator for this GEOP, Ghana Education Outcomes Project. I wanted to make it GEOP, but then I have to make it info. For those who don't know what GEOP is, the Ghana Education Outcomes Project. Thank you very much. Please be informed that next week, on the 3rd of July, there's going to be the launch of the second edition of STEM Innovation. I hope most of you are following, where senior high schools come together and then they showcase what they've done in terms of STEM. So you are all invited. The launch is at the Accra Technical Training Center at Kokomimli. So you are all invited. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will take the final remarks from the Honorable Minister. Honorable, please.
Thank you for a very wonderful opportunity. My appreciation goes to the Minister for Information. This partnership is what the President mandated us to do. And of course, as Minister for Information, he took the lead, and he will come and say, Minister for Education, when are we starting the roadshow? Mr. Minister, we are here today. The journey has begun. We're going to go around the country showcasing what STEM is about, engaging other stakeholders for them to understand that the way to our future, the great future for this nation, lies on the road of STEM. And that is what this nation is going to be about. I'm sure we did free senior high school, and the nation was happy for it. But STEM has become something with great excitement for our country. And I believe the better future we envisage for our nation is what is beginning today. So I'm grateful to Accra High, a wonderful, nice greeting that no school has. You clap and say, Ahisco, right? And if they don't like you, they dim the voice. I saw it. Some schools' names were introduced and then the voice went down. And then when the headmistress' name was mentioned, then the voice went through the roof. So I have enjoyed Accra High School, and we'll come back and fully commission your library. We built a new library for you. The world needs to know that Accra High is the place to be. You are seeing great innovation. So Aquinas is here and Kimbu is here. And I know I will be getting a visit from the headmasters of those two schools. We are ready to work with you to ensure that opportunity will be extended to you so that together we can build a great nation. Our better days are ahead of us and not behind us, and that journey has begun. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. So we wish to say a big thank you to everyone, those here in present, those who joined us live. We were on Ghana Television, they streamed live, and a number of other stations. We say a big thank you to every single one of the media houses. We are most grateful. As the Honorable Minister for Information stated, this is just the first. There are other roadshows planned ahead. And we hope you will stay tuned for further information and join us at the next session when we come to you. We will have a group photograph here on the stage. The Honorable Ministers will be here, the headmistress, and a number of the dignitaries here in present to have the group. But before we go, let's just give ourselves a last round of applause that Ahisco way. We've done very well. Ahisco, let's thank all ourselves. Let's thank all ourselves. Ahisco, the last one. Ahisco. Okay, thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the day. Please just here.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Idea Products Nadia Makeup. I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. We pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Kwanyet on, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Bramian the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements: be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card, you must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income. To apply, visit www.nhrs.gov.gh nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I came and make repair on my bicycle. It cost me about 400. More than that, I didn't finish. So if the bicycle is spoiled and the person don't have money, how is he going to repair it?
Anytime I want to go to any place, I do not pay any transportation because I have the right.
Okay, this one is 600.
So we will entreat all riders to always ride with safety in mind and make sure they ride with safety gears like helmets.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't be call one casa.
Have a goodness rich in milk and butter in Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers, simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved. Now,
Obek Kanukre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to nam bia man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you can see my kotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £10.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they're sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange waiting in Suya. Unbeatable. We should make promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. Download to Lemonade Finance.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today. This advert is FDA approved.
Number of persons who are here with the minister, and then I'll give a quick background which will give us a framework for our conversation, both the presentation and the questions, and we'll do all to fit within that one. The Honorable Mohammed Amin Anta is the Minister of State here at the Ministry of Finance. The Honorable John Kuma is Deputy Minister here at the Ministry of Finance. Ms. Yvonne is the Chief Director here at the Ministry of Finance. Mr. Thomas Apeji is the Acting Director of Budget. Mr. Sakori, Chef de Cabinet at the Minister's Office. Dr. Alassane Idrisu is the Director of Economic Strategy and Research Division here at the Ministry of Finance. Ms. Grace Moko Ewu is the Director Legal. I would introduce a number of other persons to you shortly. Now, I'm sure you're familiar with the fact that the Honorable Minister has been providing updates on the economy for some time now. Almost every other month, he provides an update on the Ghanaian economy. But some of the significant updates that he has provided, or the key ones that you may recall. In Q1 of 2022, after the Q1 cabinet retreat, he announced a number of measures that cabinet had signed off on, aimed at helping us show up against what at the time we described as the impending economic tide. Then in Q2, or just at the end of Q2, indeed, on the 1st of July, government announced that some engagements were going to start with the International Monetary Fund to ask for some support which will be used to implement Ghana's post-COVID program for economic growth. Now that's very important because sometimes in the narrative and the conversations, the situation of where this fund support comes in gets lost. So it's important we recall 1st of July 2022 when government announced that we were looking for fund support for our post-COVID program for economic growth. Between Q2 and Q4, the engagements went on. In Q4, the Honorable Minister right here provided another update. I remember the fund team was here where the SLA was announced in Q4. Then Q1, Q2 this year, a lot of work has been going on trying to complete debt exchange and get board approval, etc. It is on the back of that the Honorable Minister is providing an update today. It's important that we recall this sequence of events. A number of key things he will be speaking to include the fact that you may have heard about structural reforms that are part of this fund program. He has a message on that one. I think it's something we need to take note of. He has a message on the structural reforms. Number two, this fund program was designed to help us get back on the path of growth and prosperity. So he has a second message on growth and prosperity and what we'll have to do about it. And then number three, if you read the fund document itself, it talks about vulnerabilities, one of them being in the energy sector. So Honorable Minister has a message on that one as well. So in today's presentation, while he gives a general update, I'd like to encourage you to look out for those three key things: structural reforms, growth and prosperity, vulnerability. So Honorable Minister, we're in your hands.
To you, it's an important day, and let's give thanks to the Lord, for He is good and His love endures forever. So afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the media, as well as everyone joining us on the various social media platforms, I thank you sincerely for honoring our invitation to this press conference. Let me say Happy Father's Day to all men and fathers for the guidance, hard work, and selflessness. May the unfailing grace of God empower us to fulfill our roles to our families and the nation. I just returned from the preliminary sessions of the Afri-Exim Bank Annual General Meeting taking place at the Conference Center in Accra. This is just a year after we hosted the African Development Bank's Annual General Meeting. Truly, the enthusiasm there just indicates that Ghana continues to enjoy global attention as an example of our economic renaissance and considerable goodwill from our African brothers and sisters. There have been significant developments since I went to Parliament in November 2022, engaged in December 2022, and then the approval of the IMF facility May 17th. Subsequent to these and the conclusion of the IMF mission last week, I will today share with you an update on the economy. More importantly, I also discuss the details of the program of work to return our economy to the path of strong sustainability and growth and provide more opportunities for our people. Ladies and gentlemen, Wednesday, 17th May 2023 is indeed a day to be memorialized. On that day, Ghana secured approval for for a $3 billion 3-year standard credit facility from the board of the International Monetary Fund to support the implementation of Ghana's post-COVID-19 Program for Economic Growth, PCPEG. As was the case in many other emerging market economies devastated by rising debt, worsening financing conditions, high inflation, deteriorating exchange rate and balance of payment pressures, Ghana sought IMF assistance to support our PCPEG. The implementation of the PCPEG aims to restore macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability and to support inclusive growth while protecting the vulnerable. It is also aimed at building resilience and promote efficiency and competitiveness through wide-ranging and strong structural reforms in key sectors of the economy. We also sought to leverage the catalytic effect an IMF program would offer in terms of accessing additional financing and building confidence. Our decision to seek support was in the context that our envisioned path to rapid economic recovery of a remarkable economic growth rate of 5.1% in 2021 against 0.5% in 2020 had suddenly been halted, requiring us to seek support to enable our people to safely cross the Jordan to our promised land. Ladies and gentlemen, between the announcement, engagements, agreements, approval and disbursement of the first tranche of $604 million on Friday, 19th May 2023, under the ECF was a 10-month period, 1st July 2022 to 19th May 2023, a record time by all standards. Many were surprised when I announced that we were on the cusp of a breakthrough agreement while presented the 2023 budget statement on Thursday, 17th November 2022. I believed then that we were making remarkable progress towards securing an SLA. The pace of our progress had been underpinned by the unity of purpose by the executive and the ministry, shared focus, diligence, strong collaboration, and of course, the abiding and abundant grace of God. The progress is anchored on the pursuit of planned but sacrificial interventions, including the domestic debt exchange program, to enable us effectively manage the rising cost of debt and create fiscal space for growth-enhancing reforms. As a nation, we need to be proud of what May 17 signals and what we have been able to achieve against all odds and in a turbulent global environment. Our $3 billion support is 3 times our quota and the largest allocation from the Poverty Reduction and Growth Trust, PRGT. We front-loaded within 6 months 1.2 billion of the $3 billion facility, of which 604 million was disbursed within 3 days of approval. Let us also not forget the uncertainties of the G20 Common Framework for Debt Treatment and the role of the Paris Club and China's agreement to co-chair the Official Creditor Committee, and no support from India, Saudi Arabia, and Turkey to deliver financing assurances to the IMF board on May 12. For us in Ghana, we successfully navigated a difficult domestic debt exchange program with steadfastness. My gratitude to the individuals in banking, insurance, and capital market sectors for their resolve and the strong intercessory prayers by our faith-based organizations. So, fellow Ghanaians, as in Psalm 118, let us indeed give thanks to the Lord for his good, for this is the Lord's doing, and it is for us marvelous in our eyes. Also, on behalf of His Excellency President Akufo-Addo and the entire government, I would like to express profound appreciation once again to our fellow Ghanaians, especially those who voluntarily and overwhelmingly participated in the debt exchange program, allowing us to achieve an 85% success rate by 14 February 2023 and sacrificing for economic recovery and reform of the Republic. The Right Honorable Speaker and Honorable Members of Parliament for their support, especially in approving key revenue measures on 31st March 2023 to enable us fulfill a key prior action relating to our program with the IMF. Our development partners, especially our bilateral partners, for their financing assurances delivered on Friday, 12 May 2023, which was pivotal in securing IMF board approval. You, our friends in the media, who have kept our people well informed of the process and sustained their hopes despite the misinformation from certain quarters of your fraternity. We are resilient people as Ghanaians, a people of destiny, and we shall prevail in all things because the Lord is on our side and the battle is the Lord's. I also like to express profound gratitude to the IMF Managing Director, Kristalina Georgieva, for her unwavering support and belief in our ambitious reform agenda. To Abebe Selassie, and especially the IMF Mission Chief, Stephanie Roder, and the team for their tireless efforts and constructive dialogue with government. My sincere thanks also go to the gallant men and women of the technical teams at the Ministry of Finance and Bank of Ghana who worked so hard throughout the period. And thanks to your support, partnership, and forbearance in these key processes, coupled with the implementation of the front-loaded fiscal adjustment outlined in the 2023 budget, as well as other government interventions, we are already seeing positive outcomes. The United States, through the International Development Finance Corporation, within 3 days of the fund approval, announced a program to invest $300 million to establish the Ghana Data Center under the G7 Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment. This is very significant as it illustrates the confidence that is being restored and the focus on the private sector growth agenda that we'll be pursuing to transition our economy. On the domestic front, as we speak, inflation has accelerated to 42.2% for the month of May 2023, down from 54.1% at the end of December 2022. The May inflation represents a 1% increase over the April 23 inflation of 41.2%. The May inflation was largely driven by food inflation of 51.8%, up from 48.7% in April, with non-food inflation decelerating to 34.6% from 35.4% in April. The relative rise in inflation in May 2023 appears to reflect the pass-through effect of the utility price adjustment in April and the implementation of the new tax handles in May. We expect inflation to decelerate going forward. The cedi's depreciation has largely stabilized with a year-to-date depreciation rate of about 21.9% as of February 16, 2023, down from 50% in December 2023. The 91-day T-bill rate has declined to 20.6%, down from 35.5% at the end of 2022. Gross international reserves has improved after the disbursement of the first tranche of $604 million US dollars following the approval of the IMF program. The current account balance turned positive at 0.9% of GDP at the end of March 2023 from minus 2.2% at the end of December 2022. In addition, the trade balance improved from 0.9% of GDP at the end of January 2023 to 2.2% at the end of April 2023. And recent GDP statistics released by the Ghana Statistical Service in April 2022 show that real growth ended 2022 at 3.1%, which was higher than growth projections by most international organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, we have an ambitious agenda for reform. Let me state clearly that securing the IMF program is not an end to our current challenges, though it has significantly paved the way for the implementation of an ambitious and well-thought-out program of reform for our economy and country. In fact, the real work of adjustment, realignment, and the return to a path of steady economic growth has just begun. Let us brace ourselves for the needed reforms, especially in expenditure control, non-arrears accumulation, revenue growth, ECG collections and energy sector reforms in order to rebuild the walls of the Republic with urgency. That said, our reform program, the post-COVID-19 program for economic growth, now supported by a 3-year standard credit facility arrangement of the IMF, is built on clear targets and strong policy and structural measures. Over the medium term, the PCPEC-backed IMF program seeks to promote a credible fiscal consolidation program anchored by strong domestic revenue mobilization and high spending efficiency. The government is targeting a primary surplus on a commitment basis, the critical fiscal anchor under the program of 1.5% of GDP by 2025 through to 2028, to firmly anchor inflation expectations and preserve financial stability, to restore public debt to sustainable levels by 2028 while observing the two binding constraints of A, public debt in present value terms to GDP ratio of 55% or less, and an external debt service to revenue ratio of 18% or less. To enhance economic competitiveness with exports surpassing 37% of GDP in the medium term. Safeguarding social protection and enhancing targeting to ensure effectiveness of key interventions, minimizing fiscal risks, including from SOEs, and deepening structural reforms in targeted sectors such as energy and cocoa. It is important to stress that this structural reform agenda is consistent with government's own public financial management strategy to transition from central government to general government operations. This shift is critical as it facilitates clear oversight over key state institutions, that's MMDAs, SOEs, especially Cocoa Board and ECG, and others in the energy sector, and other quasi-state institutions whose operations have significant and direct fiscal impact on our economy. To put it in perspective, about 25% of our assessed debt burden emanates from non-central government operations, mainly from SOEs. Our ability to institute better governance standards of these institutions to address their liabilities and promote their growth will be significantly improved, especially in this period of collective reform. Critically, we must all remain committed to the agreed wide-ranging and strong structural reforms designed to address structural weaknesses and build resilience in key areas, including tax policy and tax administration, expenditure control and arrears clearance, financial stability, financial sector plans, review of statutory funds, governance and corruption, debt management, fiscal credibility, and energy sector and cocoa sector SOE reform. With legacy debt in the energy sector reaching about $2 billion as at the end of May 2023, and an estimated shortfall of $5.9 billion between 2023 and 2025 due to the current conditions of SOEs and IPPs in the value chain in the sector. The sector has been prioritized for comprehensive reforms. It is expected that structural reforms in the sector should reduce the shortfall by at least $2.95 billion over the period. These reforms, which are aimed at sustainably reducing losses in the energy sector, will be outlined in updated Energy Sector Recovery Plan, ESRP, which will be approved by Cabinet by end June 2023. It will be accompanied by, amongst others, the operationalization of a framework to guide the granting of energy sector subsidies by end June 2023, implementation of an inter-utility debt settlement framework on a quarterly basis starting from June 2023, and implementation of a mechanism to enforce the guidelines of the cash waterfall mechanism and natural gas clearinghouse by end June 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, similar reforms are envisaged under the PCPEC to revamp the cocoa sector and reduce and eliminate the annual losses of Cocoa Board and its indebtedness. The reforms in the cocoa sector include the implementation of a turnaround strategy to be approved by Cabinet by end June 2023. This is expected to address cocoa pricing issues, cocoa board oversight challenges, introduce cost rationalization measures, and a phase-out of quasi-fiscal spending. Ladies and gentlemen, other structural reforms to entrench fiscal discipline and bolster transparency include reforms to enhance revenue administration and tax policy, operationalization of the Human Resource Management Information System, enhancing spending controls and prevention of arrears buildup, and streamlining of earmark funds. In addition, government is transitioning from central government reporting to general government and from cash to accrual reporting. Our commitment to these reforms is matched by our relentless pursuit of innovation and strengthened partnership. Backed by the renewed drive for reforms, government is working towards securing significant support from our multilateral partners. Altogether, and including the IMF funds, World Bank, and AFDB support, we expect multilateral support of about $2 billion for 2023 and $6.2 billion between 2023 and 2026. We expect the World Bank to provide a total support of $1.6 billion, while the AFDB provides a total support of $200 million over the program period. In addition, we expect to mobilize catalytic funding, some $30 million this year and $330 million between 2023 and 2026 from bilateral creditors. We are also collaborating with other development partners, including the World Bank and the Africa Development Bank, to finance the Ghana Financial Stability Fund to provide liquidity and solvency support for the financial sector as a result of the assessed impact of the DDEP. The first phase of the fund involves a $750 million package to address solvency challenges. Ladies and gentlemen, be assured that while aggressively mobilizing domestic revenue, we remain focused on mobilizing complementary, sustainable external resources for our recovery and reform efforts to build a resilience that will promote shared prosperity for our people, while protecting and improving the lives of our more vulnerable population. A special collaborative effort between the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Trade, Ministry of Agriculture, and GIPC will be part of the program on the thematic working groups on growth to attract significant private capital. Ladies and gentlemen, government intends to invest these resources to advance macroeconomic stability and shared economic growth. Government is very intentional in ensuring that growth and job creation are not sacrificed in the process of restoring macroeconomic stability and debt sustainability. Specific interventions to support the economic recovery process include: 1, improving the business environment, reducing the cost of doing business, and enhancing export competitiveness. In addition, local content legislation will be reviewed to encourage FDI while leveraging the opportunities offered by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. 2, promoting entrepreneurship through initiatives such as the Youth Start program to create more jobs for the banking sector and faith-based organizations, fast-tracking the implementation of key growth-oriented programs under the Ghana Care Sobatampa program. These programs include the economic enclave projects to enable self-sufficiency in rice, maize, vegetables, and poultry, and supporting large-scale agriculture and agribusiness interventions through the Development Bank of Ghana. Transitioning to a digital economy to boost productivity, tax collection, and formality. Expanding digital government services and promoting the BOG's digital currency will support digitalization and financial inclusion with adequate safeguards in place, and strengthening policies to support climate change adaptation and mitigation for inclusive growth. As you know, I was in South Africa, in South Korea and South Africa immediately after our IMF approval to drum up private sector engagements in agriculture and technology in particular, in order to pursue a more deliberate and aggressive growth agenda. We'll continue to engage the global community to support our growth program for growth and economic turnaround. We will be launching a Ghana Mutual Prosperity Dialogue agenda to encourage domestic and external investors to be at the core of our growth agenda. We'll be working with Ghanaian businesses and entrepreneurs, think tanks and NGOs, and larger resident multinationals such as the telcos, mining and oil companies to facilitate ease of doing business and promoting business in Ghana. In line with our tradition of compassion and care for the underprivileged, we expect to strengthen social protection through increases in social spending to protect the most vulnerable and the poor from the impact of adjustments under the program. Recall that the 2023 budget already made specific provision for one, doubling the leave payment per beneficiary household from 45 cedis per month to 90 cedis, with progressive increases in the number of beneficiary households from the current 344,185 households. Coverage will be expanded to all 2.5 million extremely poor individuals by 2024. We plan that by end September 2023, an indexation mechanism will be introduced in the LEAP program to prevent erosion of value over time. Increasing the budgetary allocation for the school feeding program to compensate for higher costs of meals and also to ensure more efficient management of the program. Increasing the capitation grant over time as part of measures to improve foundational learning. And ensuring prompt payment of the NHIS from the Consolidated Fund. There will also be a review of the package of benefits and tariff structures for the scheme. Ladies and gentlemen, it must be clear that there is enormous work ahead. To sustain and optimize this partnership with the IMF, Ghana proposed and negotiated 6 quantitative performance criteria, 9 structural benchmarks, and 3 indicative targets. Specifically, these performance indicators have been carefully selected to enable us to achieve our reform objectives as well as build resilience to better withstand future global and domestic shocks as they are certain to occur. We would like to emphasize that contrary to other commentaries, these performance indicators emanate from our cabinet-approved PC-PEG. To support the effective implementation of reforms and interventions of the IMF-backed PC-PEG, government has put in place a clear implementation strategy. The strategy includes sensitization of key stakeholders, including Cabinet, EMT, Council of State, Parliament, National House of Chiefs, Organized Labor, Employers Associations, including AGI and Chambers of Commerce, MDAs, MMDAs, investors, CSOs and think tanks, FBOs, the general public, NDPC, commissioners, heads of SOEs, development partners, and the media. We have already engaged Cabinet, EMT, sovereign sector regional ministers and MCs organized by the Ministry of Agriculture, Council of State, chief directors and heads of covered entities, PPME directors in MDAs, MOF staff, and a cross-section of the media. Today, the general public has accordingly been apprised. The rest will follow. Implementing a comprehensive communication strategy for the PC-PEG program, ensuring public funds and their usage, including the IMF funds, are audited by the Auditor General of Ghana. Program implementation will be monitored on a monthly basis at various levels, including Cabinet, Economic Management Team, and the Economic Policy Coordinating Committee. Additionally, we are introducing 6 thematic working groups which will meet weekly and will be chaired by the Minister of State and Deputy Ministers of the Ministry of Finance, Deputy Ministers of other relevant ministries, and Deputy Governors of the Bank of Ghana. In fact, specifically, the following thematic working groups have been established. 1. Energy sector SOEs/Cocoa Board structural reforms. 2. Public financial management structural reforms. 3. Financial sector structural reforms. 4. Tax policy and revenue administration structural reforms. 5. Macro fiscal policy reforms. And 6. Growth and social protection. Ladies and gentlemen, as this path towards a reformed, diversified, and resilient economy, we stand ready to engage and receive inputs from all stakeholders to implement the IMF-backed PC-PEC program. Accordingly, civil society, think tanks, organized labor, FBOs, and private sector actors will be engaged in our policy dialogues towards effective implementation of the program. Already discussions are ongoing with ASSET. Despite the considerable progress, there remains key outstanding operations, especially in debt restructuring. We are at advanced stages of completing the debt exchange program in relation to the cocoa bills and the US dollar-denominated local bonds. We have also rolled out a program to engage independent power producers. Consistent with the MOU signed with organized labor in December 2022 on the exemption of pension funds, they continue to be exempted. Government is currently engaging organized labor and pension fund corporate trustees in line with the MOU to explore mutually beneficial options within debt sustainability limits and to promote macroeconomic stability and economic growth in the spirit of social partnership. We have also successfully worked with the Paris Club and other creditors to determine the parameters of our official debt restructuring under the G20 Common Framework for Debt Treatment. In the coming weeks, we will seek to complete the MOU of the OCC on the terms of bilateral debt treatment. Government will sustain engagement with private creditors, Eurobond investors on external debt to reach agreement with the private creditors in the shortest possible time. In light of the above, we will count on all stakeholders, especially the media, to be circumspect on their reportage on the economy to avoid derailing the progress being made. Our love of country must supersede all, and as the late P.A.V. Ansah, University of Ghana Communications School professor said, Journalism 101 teaches media students that they have three basic roles: to inform, educate, and entertain. However, for developing countries, there's a fourth: to foster national cohesion. National cohesion is the foundation upon which any and everything else is built, unquote. Ansah had journalists in mind when attaching his addendum to the classical test. But as we watch events unfold in Mali, Burkina Faso, and other countries elsewhere in the region, this is in fact a rule that holds true for everyone. The misreporting on China was unnecessary and unfortunate. Unfounded accusations against government officials leading to the recovery are untenable and serve no useful purpose. Undoubtedly, the need for accuracy must override speed in these circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen, we are certainly at the beginning of a promising journey towards not just recovery, but also resettling our economy. As a number of you have said to me, we have turned the corner. Government is committed to restoring Ghana's economic fortunes within the shortest possible time through a combination of front-loaded fiscal adjustment and structural reforms while creating the conditions for private sector-led growth. Going forward, we will continue to count on the support of all Ghanaians, including the general public, to achieve the objectives set out in the IMF-backed PC-PEC. We engaged the IMF Technical Mission last week, 8th to 15th June, to discuss recent economic developments and the implementation of the program. In this regard, we undertook a joint assessment of Ghana's preparedness for the first review of the program scheduled for September 2023. This will pave the way for the IMF board to consider and approve the first review and the disbursement of the second tranche of $600 million in November 2023. As the IMF attested to all of us in their press release on 15 June 2023, against a complex global, I quote, against a complex global economic backdrop, the Ghanaian economy is showing signs of stabilization with softening inflation and increased international reserve and less volatile exchange rate. The economy is showing signs of stabilization, softening inflation, and an increase in international reserve and a less volatile exchange rate. As a people, we must continue to be inspired by the momentum that propelled us to secure support in near record time to implement the PC-PEC. We have a history of accomplishments in these situations. In 2017, we renegotiated a derailed IMF program, imposed stringent conditions on ourselves, and collectively achieved them ahead of schedule. From a macro fiscal standpoint, the results were remarkable. Between period 2017 and 2019, economic growth doubled of an average of 7% annually, inflation coming down to single digits 7.9% in 2019 from 15.4 in 2016. The fiscal deficit, which was about 6.5%, was brought under 5%. Exchange rate depreciation reduced significantly to under 5% in 2017, averaging 8.7% between 2017 and 2019. Alongside these achievements, we made significant investment in education, health, infrastructure, and revitalized the financial sector to promote private sector entrepreneurship. We emerged as a bright star on the regional and global stage prior to the pandemic. And no less, in the COVID period, also illustrated a strong desire to keep our people alive. Ladies and gentlemen, we are being called upon to do this again and surpass this stellar performance. We must push past these dark clouds that suddenly gathered and reclaim our manifest destiny. We must resolve and resort to our collective inner strength and overcome this new challenge for our country. We must do this inspired by assurance that the good will provides in Joel 2:25, that I will restore to you the years that the swarming locust has eaten. We shall surely be restored if we persist on this path to recovery and transformation. The Lord has rescued us with the IMF approval. We will recover all. He will restore what the locusts have destroyed, and Ghana shall experience his revival. We'll surely rejoice in the restoration of our nation if we persist on this path of recovery and transformation. The battle is indeed the Lord's. I want to thank you again for your attention. God bless our homeland Ghana and make us great and strong. God bless us all. Happy Father's Day.
Minister, thank you for the presentation. Colleagues, we will go straight into the questions. We'll try and do at least about 4 rounds of questions. I encourage you to keep them straight to the point, and just to allow your other colleagues to also ask questions, perhaps not more than 2. If we have more room, we will come for some more questions. Just to recap, Minister has spoken about some structural reforms and has made the point that we need all hands on deck. We need everybody's support for these structural reforms to be successful, be they in the cocoa area or moving from cash to commitment basis or SOE reforms. We need everybody on board for it to work. He's also mentioned that one of the vulnerabilities that the IMF talks about, the energy sector vulnerabilities. There's a program, I think he mentioned June, which will outline how those vulnerabilities are going to be dealt with. And then very quickly, remember all of this, and if you listen, he kept using the expression, the IMF-backed PCPEG, because all of this IMF conversation was based on getting support for the PCPEG. And so the whole agenda is about the PCPEG and the growth program in the PCPEG, and that's why he gives examples of Korea, South Africa, America, and even the cross-sector collaboration taking place in Ghana here, among the ministries that he mentioned, to ensure that that growth happens. So, Minister, thank you for the update. We'll take questions now. Let's take a first round of about 4, not more than 2, and then we'll try and do about 4 rounds. So I have 1, 2, so let's start here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Is there a 4th? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's start with these 4, yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is John Awuni. Minister, when you were speaking, you mentioned that you were in South Korea, and I wanted to find out what is the most critical thing that government needs to do to be or to transform our trajectory, like you mentioned in the South Korea experience. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right.
No, I thought I called on Edward.
Yes.
So let's follow. Edward.
Thank you. My name is Edward Nyakum, GBC. Sir, on the domestic enhanced program, what are some of the strategies put in place to scale up food production in the country? And also you mentioned the data center that Americans intend to set up. When are we going to see these? Thank you.
Thank you. There were two more, yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Operator, you mentioned something like you intend to reach an agreement with bilateral creditors in the next week. My question is, what sort of debt relief agreement did we get from the bilateral creditors? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Maxwell. With the you talked on the remainder of the domestic debt exchange. When do you expect to conclude it?
Thank you very much. Just to recap, and then we'll come for 3 more rounds, hopefully about 4 questions here. So John was asking, what is the most critical item needed for transformation if we are trying to learn from the examples of South Korea and other places? A second question, what is the plan for real sector agri growth in accordance with the Enhanced Domestic Program, or the PCPEG? It's the same thing. The Enhanced Domestic Program is the same as the PCPEG. And follow-up question on, do we have any timelines for the data center that the Americans are looking to come invest in Ghana on? Third questioner is asking, what's in the pipeline on the bilateral debt relief side? Is there anything in the pipeline that you can share at this stage with the people of Ghana? And then the final question is, when will the remainder of the domestic debt exchange be concluded?
Thank you very much indeed for the question. I think South Korea was quite instructive, and I think that the sacrifices that they did. I remember in one of the presentations, the gentleman said he was going to give us some lottery numbers. And he said 61, 82, 22, 33,400. Like, what's he talking about? And he said, well, in 1961, their GDP per capita was $82 per capita. And in 2022, it is 33,400. And he simply said it's an issue of discipline and commitment and sacrifices. So the issue of agriculture, expressways to open up the country, and then a big push in technology, while the areas of education, etc., were not compromised. Actually, they in fact did not start a national health insurance scheme for a long time because they felt they couldn't afford it, which was interesting. But more importantly, the challenge that they were then throwing at us is that what level of sacrifices are we prepared to do, because they were comfortable that we could do it in much less time than they were able to do it. They also talked about an exchange program, which they did. They called it the CURB financiers. Most of the financing in Korea at that time was done informally. And they actually came up with a program where they reduced the 35% interest rates on bills to almost 18% or so. So they had seen this before and were encouraging us to be strong in our way forward. They also talked about a period in which they actually made an appeal to the country because they were having to go to the IMF, in which 3.5 million citizens brought their gold and jewelry to the government to the tune of $2.2 billion, so that the country could then work out. And then they paid the $2.2 billion without interest at a much later stage. So all of that, you know, agriculture, technology are going to be key, and we got an opportunity to speak with a lot of private sector companies. But I think one thing that also rang true was that they worked with their private sector companies to be able to ensure that this transformation was sustainable. On the issue of the fund and data center. Okay, the data center actually, what has occurred was we were already in discussions with the company that is owned or run by Strive Masiyiwa, and therefore part of the trade fair site had been agreed as to how we're going to set up. So really the resources that DFC is going to provide is going to help accelerate the construction of that. Then there was a question on the bilaterals. You know, I mean, as all of us know, these things are very, very sensitive as to what one can say, except that, of course, we have successfully gotten financing assurances from them, which is what we took to the fund. We are now getting into the process of determining the MOU and the actual terms that will emanate from that. But truly, the type of goodwill and forthrightness that we have engaged them through this period, I'm confident that we will come up with an MOU that is acceptable to the program. Domestic debt remainder, we are looking at the legal documentation for the cocoa bills and also the domestic debt, the US dollar denominated one. So my suspicion really is that the SEC needs to clear the documentation and then we'll formally launch it maybe within the next couple of weeks or so. Then there was a question, oh, that was a domestic, is that right? Referral, bilateralness, yeah, I think that's it.
There's a hand that came up here, so I'll take that one. And then there are, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Shinwa, yeah? I'll come to you in the third round. So let me take 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go.
Okay, Honorable, thank you. My name is Mark. I work with UTV. Honorable, I know you've been a point of vilification since this whole process. Vilification, people have vilified you, kind of insulted you so much. How does this affect you? Or how does it, you've gone to court for one of these reasons. How does this affect your recovery efforts from your side? I want to understand. And also give us a bit of lecture on journalism and circumspection and the rest. What do you expect of the Ghanaian media? What are the specific things you also do for us to help give the right information to the people? Thank you.
Second. Yeah, there's a hand up here. Was that a call? Yes, a call, go.
Yeah, thank you very much. Honorable, beyond the bilaterals, do you have what are your timelines for negotiation with the Eurobond holders? You made a line that suggests that you would love to complete these things as soon as possible. So what timelines do you have with that? And is it also one of the benchmarks ahead of your September review you just mentioned? That's the IMF review. On Cocoa Board, we know they have not been doing all core. They've done cocoa roads among other things, and also also part of the debt is because we subsidize the farmers, whereby in cases where even international prices were to drop massively, the government will still keep the producer price where it is. So if you're talking about cocoa reforms, can we get a few specifics as to what you mean by that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Musa Lansa with GH1 TV. The SOAs, Musa Lansa, the SOAs keep coming up when it comes to issues of debt. Anytime they're signing their performance contracts, the issue of performance comes up, how they make profits and all that. What is really wrong with the state-owned enterprises in terms of making profits and then helping government deal with debt issues? And secondly, you mentioned social intervention programs and how you intend strengthening them. There's been so much talk on one of the biggest social intervention policies, that's the free SHS. What is the way forward for the free SHS? What are we looking at in terms of review and making it better? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Francis Sinto. I'm with the Ghana News Agency. In your last press briefing, when the agreement was reached with the IMF, you indicated that the government is not in a rush to go to the capital market. But the 3 billion with the IMF is a loan. This evening, you have made us know that there will be additional 2 billion multilateral support. This is equally a loan that we are going in for, further increasing our loan stance. Is it not troubling to you, and is it not also troubling that you are going to be increasing the debt burden on Ghanaians? My other question is on the economic performance. The IMF have indicated that they are seeing signs of stability. This stability on the ground is really not reflecting not only in the pockets of Ghanaians, but businesses who continue to suffer accessing financing on the bank because it's difficult to access it. The government has virtually taken everything. The GNA conducted a market survey just about a week ago, looking at February and June. The prices of tomatoes, pepper, onion are all increasing. Yet we are saying macroeconomic performances are good. When should Ghanaians expect this macroeconomic performance appreciating in their pockets?
Thank you. So just a quick recap. Mark is asking Minister, how do the attacks on you as a person, how do the attacks and insults on you as a person, how do they affect the kind of work that you are doing currently in leading this recovery effort? And then as a sub to that, he's asking what can be done to help reduce the misreportage that pops up in the media. ECHO is asking whether or not there are timelines for the Eurobond holders negotiations, and then whether or not there are any specifics on the cocoa sector reforms. You've mentioned that the committees are now being put in place, but he's asking, do you have any specifics even before the committee start working? Musa takes from your press statement where you mentioned that about 25% of our assessed debt burden emanates from non-central government operations. And I think that's a real big deal that needs to be interrogated. Colleagues in the media, about 25% of our assessed debt burden emanates from non-central government operations. Musa picks from that and is asking what is for you the single largest challenge that these SOEs are facing that is contributing to their contribution to the debt burden. And he's also asking, government has announced in your letter to the fund, in the letter that yourself and the governor of the central bank signed and sent to the fund, government announced that it intends to review flagship programs. He's asking whether or not ahead of that review there are any specifics that you can mention. Musa, am I getting your question correct? Yes. So Lisa, just to take that, in the letter signed by yourself and the governor to the bank, to the fund, government announced that it intends to review flagship programs. Musa is asking, ahead of that review, are there any specifics that you can mention? And then Francis has a question. Francis, a quick correction. Minister did not say that there will be an additional 2 billion in addition to the fund. What he said is that inclusive, it says altogether, and including the IMF funds, World Bank and AFDB support, we expect multilateral support of about 2 billion for the year 2023. So just as a matter of fact, just to correct that, then we don't create a wrong impression there. But your question is still substantive, that do we have any worries about growing debt? That's your substantive question. So, though I'm correcting the fact, it's important to still get a substantive question. And then the fund says that they are beginning to see signs of stability. He's asking, when can ordinary businesses and ordinary people at home sense that stability in their pocket? Let me so. It's our hands.
Great. Thank you very much. That was a GNA man, is that right? Wasn't it Francis, is that right? Great. Thank you very much. I mean, maybe since it's the last question, we can take it right off the bat. So yeah, we were fortunate to be able to get a staff level agreement early in the program to create some sense of stability for all of us to then be able to move on. And then all that we have done during this period to be able to secure the approval. The question that we have in our debt sustainability analysis, you know, incorporates these facilities, which are really very concessional facilities, to move us through to the target of 55% debt to equity ratio by 2028. Because you are not going to be borrowing on a commercial basis. Actually, it's quite minimal, up to about $61 million or something net in that year. And given that your requirements on a basic basis, that's not much. The revenues that we are expecting from GRA, there's a gap that has to be filled. But how do you fill that gap with appropriate, you know, capital, and then reduce that as you go forward, so that by the time these 40-year loans come into being serviced, you have a much stronger base for that. So we have to manage that process, and this guidance as to non-arrears accumulation, etc., all lead to give you the space to be able to do that. On the issue of the economy, I mean, Francis, is always relative. I mean, you saw the crisis that we experienced between June and February, and so when you begin to see a trending down, you know it will take time. But our target is, I think, 29% inflation by year end or so. So we have to move in that direction. It's not an issue of cynicism, it's an issue of reality. You know, this is where we are, this is where we intend to go, and now we have a program that can be measured, that is transparent, and for all of us to be able to do that. I mean, we have to remember that in 2017, the banks basically had nothing to their name. We brought that back into historic profitability. So yes, we've gone through the DDEP program. I think the last numbers I saw for first quarter performance of the banks was actually quite strong, surprisingly, for all of them. And liquidity was not a problem. Now, as to, it's also a fact that we have brought the treasury bill rate from 35% to 20-point-something%. So you can see real work happening. Now, as to when the banks immediately translated to credit, you know, that's another issue. There's always a sticking point. But you cannot pretend that that has not happened. And that is a signal for the future. Right now, we are just trying to move trends in a way in which you can have hope, because you can see the trends going in the right direction. So that will then emanate. You talked about tomatoes and co, and true. Actually, vegetables, if you look at the CPI, have an interesting high price for that. And Ghana consumes more tomatoes than maybe even Nigeria, and depending on how, because of how we cook. But a true sense of that is Chief Director is helping lead what we call these economic enclaves to be able to address the specific issues of rice, poultry, tomatoes, etc. And that is part of the reason for the trip to Korea in terms of agriculture, etc. And we went to some entrepreneurs to do that. So the question really for all of us is a belief that we can do it, and therefore what is the process of gradually getting there over people who have done it before. Okay, and I think that's the new kind of eclexia or mindset that we should have as to the direction, and I think it's assailable. Okay, thank you very much for that. Then Musa talked about SOEs. SOEs is a very vexing issue. It's very difficult because if you look at the analysis, anytime we have a joint venture, Ghana versus Nestle or whatever, you can see profitability, same Ghanaians managing. So the question becomes, what kind of attitude is it that these intelligent CEOs somehow cannot, focus on making money and profits for the country? And that the governance issues needs to be assessed. Right now that we've moved from central government financing, which was really just the Ministry of Finance and my MMDAs, to general financing, accounting, I need to look at those things with a lot more rigor because it comes right into our books. So I think that type of stronger oversight, working with SIGA, the Director General, who is pretty dynamic, and Minister Kujo, I think we're going to put, deliberate pressure on this to reverse this historical performance that we know can be changed. So that's important. And the issue of protecting the public purse, then moves into a different citizenship responsibility. It's not that you and I or your cousin who works there does not know. So what is it that enables us to allow this kind of behavior to continue without any reprisal? And those are things that we, our own moral internal compass and love of country, should begin to demand more accountability, and that's really where we are at. On the issue of the letter that you talked about in terms of the flagship programs, what we intend to have a thorough review on to determine how best to finance that. I just, I'm very uncomfortable, when there's a denial that there's true poverty and some people need to be supported. I'm also very uncomfortable when there's a sense that we can grow this country without a solid educational structure or giving people the opportunity to do that. Because when I personally look at myself as having gone to school in Chebi, etc., and being plugged out to then get better education at Achimota School because one's father decided to recognize one. I know the capacity, and I wasn't the best student in Chebi Experimental School. So it just, I know we should make it efficient, we should reform it, but any general sense of dismissiveness and whatever, it's not something that we should countenance as a people, to give people opportunity to realize who they are. So yes, but we can't waste money in there, and those reforms, hopefully once the studies are done, we'll be able to take action on them. So that's that. The Musa, or the Moses, yeah, we answered that. Yeah, we'll manage that. There are clear, you know, as you say, guardrails or bookends to these things. So we'll have to do that. I think really, you know, the questions are all very legitimate, but I really hope that there's a spirit of us as a country going to work together towards a resolution, because it leaves nobody in any good situation if it is not helpful commentary to move us to do better. Then Moses talked about the Eurobond shareholders, and yes, we have given them literally all of the information that is required on the debt sustainability analysis, etc. They've seen what we have done on the domestic front, so that as you know, a good point of our own burden sharing, and I'm sure there's going to be some very hard discussions and negotiations going forward, but I'm confident that we will find a place to land that will be good for everyone, because I mean, everybody acknowledges that Ghana as an entity, the future is good, and in our discussions even in China, they were very clear that these were short-term turbulences, and therefore Ghana ought to be supported to that. I think it's that same framework of thought that is going through all of these people that we have obligations to, and we'll seek to do that. We expect, of course, to finalize these negotiations before the first review, which will be in September. So that would really, in my mind, be kind of the target that we put for ourselves. Cocoa board is a difficult issue. So I think there's going to be joint supervision of the board between us and Ministry of Agriculture, phasing out of cocoa roads in a sense. In terms of re-examining the pricing, so that when the international price, you know, basically tanks, you know, we are still able to support it in a way that is sustainable. But the strategy paper is being done for cabinet by end of June. Then Mark from UTV, is that right? Mark was talking about vilifications and and the attacks and the difficulties of last year, and how it affects the work. It's Mark, I'm human. It's difficult, but you have an assignment, and there are 30.8 million people. At the end, you have to be prayerful and strong about what it is, where you get your energy from to do that. And you also do remember that even people like Dankwa died, so if somebody is pinching you and boxing you, at least you're alive. You can't run away from the responsibilities. And it was a very difficult period. I think everybody at Ministry of Finance would confirm that when we had to focus on making sure that we got a SLA, or as things would have been, that was also the most intense period of those actions. but we had to keep our eye, on the ball, because if we had been derailed, it would have been quite cataclysmic. So yes, I'll just tell you to continue. There were quite a number of intercessors helping us, and we felt the Lord was in the boat. So we'll continue to work and follow his instructions. With regards to the media, I guess my really sense is that we are all Ghanaians and we just need to be fair to each other. And anything that could destabilize. So, for example, I think I was in Korea when the issue of China, and I'm like, ooh, I mean, we've been to China, you have Zambia, Chad, Ethiopia, unable to get through over 2 years. This country has been able to say, I have belief in you and I'll support you. We're able to get to the fund, they are agreeing to co-chair, and then you fabricate, something that is not true, that can bring the country down. So then I ask, what is the objective? Truly, what is the objective? It's not about Ken, it's not about Minister of Finance, it's not about President Akufo-Addo. How do you do something that could really enrage, such a powerful partner? And that's worrisome. Then you talked about, let's say, I think Captain Smart's accusation that anyone can get a portion of my IMF loan. And I'm just sort of beside myself as to even how the media itself will not take a position on that. Because I'm the one that has sworn the oath, who the president sends me to talk to negotiate. So if you try to tear down integrity and raise issues, it reduces our negotiating power. So I think it's just an issue of care and maybe a bit of kindness, and heart, that, we are all Ghanaians. If it's not true, don't do it. How to collaborate then becomes maybe more interaction, so that people realize that they are human beings at the end of the statement, and maybe that will soften us to move on. And that's why I went to PAV and Sons issue, where, he is a professional par non, and said that for countries such as ours, and the survivability of the state must be very clear to everyone as the one country that we have. So thank you very much for this.
Minister, we're going to wrap up with the final round. There were some hands that were up already. Xinhua was up, the other one was up, and then we'll do these two last ones and then we'll wrap up. So let's start with the Chinese guys. Xinhua.
Yes, thank you very much. So the name is Justice. Yes, if I critical, I would have loved to ask just a simple question, but something you touched upon at Bay. And fortunately, the mix of technocrats that you have at the ministry have been quite consistent over a period. So even what I'm going to say, if there is maybe some difficulty in it, they can, correct me. When the GIF was set up, Ghana Infrastructure Fund, I thought that the country was on the path of setting up a sovereign wealth fund, which could be used when our SOEs have their books properly cleaned up. And I actually saw, efforts, for instance, at VRA, efforts to clean up their books so that they could either go to the market on their own strength or actually leverage, the sovereign wealth fund that the nation was going to create to access funding from the market. And so that, because this thing is looking like a cyclical kind of deja vu, it keeps coming up anytime we're in debt crisis. A portion of that debt is attributed to the SOEs, so that we thought that these things were going to be done such that the hands of, or the books of the,
central government, could be freed from, the debt situation that the SOEs create. So I thought that the efforts to clean up the books of the SOEs and then to get a kind of sovereign wealth fund which could back them in the market, was going to be done. But I don't know what has happened to that effort. And so, like I was saying, the mix of technocrats we have around here will have a bit of insight into that. And
but specifically, what's the question?
So my question is that, what are we going to do going forward? Because I see a kind of general governance system that the minister is announcing, which is going to bring a lot more burden on the finance ministry in trying to manage, SOEs in addition to managing the state.
No, it's not. Okay, you finish.
Okay,
because
so
that's not what he's talking about. But
okay, right. So what are we going to do going forward in the long term to ensure that our SOEs become more profitable and they are not, creating extra burdens for the country, for instance, using pension funds, etc., to support them, and then they are able to, make good their indebtedness to the pension fund managers. So that is what I'm trying to ask.
Okay.
And then secondly, also, like you said, yes, we all need to make sacrifices to get, our economy back on track. But the average Ghanaian will ask, what is central government also ready to sacrifice in terms of when it comes to, running of government machinery and the expenditure that comes with it? What is government also ready to sacrifice in terms of that, which will inspire the country itself to follow suit? Thank you.
Very well. So let's continue. Okay.
My name is Emmanuel Bruce from Graphic. The government is still very active on the treasury bill market, which is noted for its short-term nature and then high interest. I want to find out, does this now defeat the purpose of the debt restructuring efforts, which seeks to rather extend our maturities and then reduce the interest? And also, I want to find out, when is the government expecting the funds from the World Bank to come in?
Very well. Two more? Yes, these two.
Kingsley, Ghanaian Times. I want to find out whether there's going to be a second round of domestic debt exchange, because Fitch Solutions last week reported that there's going to be a second round because what we have done is not enough. Then secondly, on the Financial Stability Fund, I want to find out whether our bilateral partners have started the commitment they made. Any money has come so far for us to establish the fund.
Thank you. Straightforward questions. So Kingsley is asking you to comment on a speculation by Fitch that there will be another round of domestic debt exchange. He says Fitch is speculating. He would like a comment on it. He also wants to know whether the Financial Stability Fund has received any contributions so far. Am I getting you correct? Emmanuel is asking whether the activity of government on the T-bill market is not defeating the domestic debt program's objectives, and he's asking if we have timelines for when the World Bank and other development partner funding will come in. Justice from Shinhua was asking, the second question I got clearly, what is the central government sacrifice so far, and what more can central government do? As we're asking for burden sharing. So what's the sacrifice so far and what more can be done? And then he's also asking for what sort of terminal program exists to ensure that the SOEs don't become a recurring burden to the fiscals. You have the final word to Minister.
My name is Winston, Metro TV. First of all, I'd like to commend the Finance Minister for fighting in both fronts, domestically and internationally. It hasn't been easy. We've all been following the update. My question has to do with the Finance Minister made mention that the funds will be hugely monitored to ensure there's transparency, monitoring, and accountability. We've gotten a lot of accountability from the internal auditor's report, and there's been little work being done to recover some lost monies. What difference would this make this time around, considering the amount of confidence that everyone is putting into this program? Finally, I would like to know how much has been designated in climate financing by the Finance Ministry in the year 2023.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Winston. Climate financing 2023, are there any numbers to report? And secondly, while we invest hope in transparency and auditing of the funds, what do we say about those who have the view that the previous ones that have been audited have not led to much? That's our hands.
Thank you very much. Winston, when you start off, congratulations. I think it's going to be very easy questions coming. But thank you very much for that recognition. I think, I mean, we have to acknowledge that we are here also partly because we have been less than vigilant. And now there's nothing that sharpens your focus more than money at the end of the path. You know, so not only do we know that what we are doing is good for us, but you now have targets in which there will be release of resources that are required. And I'm praying that beyond that, we should be able to ensure that these audits and responses will be done well. I actually don't have the numbers for climate financing, but you know that I think there's a summit in Paris this coming week in which the president is chair of the Climate Vulnerability Forum, and the Minister of Finance for the V20, in which we are looking at these country prosperity plans to find ways to bring more resources in. So the ministry itself is considering an enhanced climate financing division, because that's the way things are going. So we'll watch this space. I think we'll be doing a lot more there. Domestic debt has changed. I think if the question it's about cocoa bills, that's for sure. We're going to do that. About the domestic debt, the US dollar denominated domestic debt, we are going to do that. So that's for certain will happen. With regards to the Financial Stability Fund, the expectation really on our side is that we'll be successful with the World Bank by September for the $250 million, in which we would also have our counterpart financing to support that. But in the program, it's almost up to 2.6% of the GDP as a buffer in the event that things are more difficult than they are, but I'm sure we can contain that. So that's what it is with the domestic debt and the fund. So yes, the World Bank issue is by September. The Treasury bill market, it's a good question. Is it defeating the purpose? Not when you have moved from 35% to 20. Do you get me? So you are gradually finding a way in which you are reducing the rates. It can't just kind of drop like that. But that's a huge change of 15.5 percentage points. And as our revenue base gets stronger, we should be able to reject, prices that do not fit the bill. But it will take a while to gradually bring it to where we can support it in the long term. But I mean, your objective is, as you increase your revenues and manage your expenditure, then you really are targeting going down, around inflation or below that. And that's where we are, and it's 8 plus or minus 2% in the medium term. That's what we'll be targeting. Then the issue about sacrifices by central government. You know, I guess it becomes really hackneyed when you talk about reducing government officials or executives' salaries, etc., stepping down the vehicles that are being used. The truth of the matter is that really between salaries and remuneration for the government system and the interest rates that we were paying was consuming all of the revenues that we had. So these actions about looking at productivity so that at least if you pay, you are getting a return back, and then cutting down the interest expenditures to give that fiscal space are key enablers, you know, for us to move forward. And then the reviews that we are going to do is at the heart of the questions that are being asked, and we expect that when those reports are in, we will do that. SOEs, you raised a good point, deja vu, when can we get this thing, and it's actually quite instructive because in Korea, at a certain point, they told the SOEs that there's no money, they better go to the stock exchange. And that just changed the whole type of boards that they have, CEOs, accountability to individuals in the country, and not just, you know, to the government. And so we need to drive at that. So this renewed energy under the framework of this program, I think really is what we should be driving at, because GIF, you are right, and Development Bank, you are right, become, you know, anchors for proper financing to get it out of government. But the reason why we talked about general government financing is that now it affects my books directly, and to be able to get my 55% by the time of the program, I need to make sure that they are not borrowing. So there will be added focus on that, but not because we want to manage. And therefore strengthening of SIGA and the minister responsible for that. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah. White folks and their problems. No, that's not where my mind is. You know, yeah.
Honourable Minister, I want to thank you for your time and your deputies, the Minister of State, your directors, our friends. We're also grateful that you've made time to be with us and to capture the Minister's thoughts. We pray you to share them with the Republic, in particular, so that everybody will see their role in the task ahead of us. It's not for one person to achieve, it's for all of us to achieve together. So I want to thank you for your time, and we wish you all the best. Thank you for being with us.
For you to read, eh? In Sorbonne, where it's called The Man in the Arena, you know, where we need to dare greatly for our country and to spend ourselves in a way, because and it's going to be difficult, but it is, I believe, the way to go. So let's all really rally to rebuild, you know, our walls. We are also very clear about the mutual prosperity dialogue to bring private sector at the center of it, and ensure that we all are keepers of the public purse. but I am confident that we are on a path that is strong. There's just strong support internationally, and we ourselves need to step up the game. I'm sure we can do it with God's help. Thank you.
Sweetheart, be mindful of your health. Dear products Nadia Makeup, I welcome you to Sigma Health and Beauty. You can call us the Beauty Embassy. Who pursue beauty more revealed with quality makeup products. There is only one place. The Sigma Health and Beauty 2022 Ghana Makeup Awards Beauty Retail Business of the Year. Of course, we are the defending champions. World-class makeup brands and Quanyeton, you name it. Maybelline, Dark and Lovely, House of Tara, and many more. Your professionalism in the beauty industry is unmatchable. Ensure the proper way of applying our products. Sigma Health and Beauty, Yewa Accra, Makola, Georgina Stores, and Rollins Park, Gate 4. Fryer 0248 138 596 and 0201 408 186. Or visit our online shop at www.beautyavenuegh.com. Sigma, your beauty, our joy.
Welcome to the Ghana ICT Hub, a partnership between MTN Ghana and the Government of Ghana through the Ministry of Communications and Digitization. MTN pledged to support Ghana's digitization agenda in line with its ambition to lead the delivery of digital solutions for Africa's progress. In fulfillment of this pledge, MTN Ghana has committed $25 million toward the realization of the Ghana ICT Hub project. The objectives of the Ghana ICT Hub project is anchored on the following: to create an ICT-enabled environment for human capital and ICT skills development, to develop an ICT ecosystem through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development, to provide a modern, state-of-the-art physical infrastructure to serve as a pillar for the digital Ghana agenda. The physical infrastructure, when completed, will provide 4,000 square meters of space with the following facilities: laboratories for technology training and research, innovation hub, co-working spaces for tech innovation startups, Tier 3 data center, conferencing facilities, offices and meeting rooms, commercial lettable spaces, gaming area, restaurant, ancillary facilities. The technology laboratories will be fitted with the next generation ICT equipment and applications to provide the youth of Ghana with practical training in Industry 4.0 technologies such as artificial intelligence, AI, machine learning, cloud computing, 3D printing, robotics, Internet of Things, IoT, advanced manufacturing techniques, cybersecurity, genetic engineering. The project also seeks to establish a complete ecosystem at the hub through remote access delivery to facilitate job creation for national development. The ecosystem shall comprise of MDAs, technology companies, startups, incubators, research agencies, leading universities globally, foundations worldwide, to create a community. 1. The ecosystem community shall bridge the divide between academia and industry and provide solutions to challenges in the key sectors of health, agriculture, and educational sectors of the economy. 2. It shall also run an innovation program providing mentoring and networking for the youth in tech startups. 3. The ecosystem community shall establish an innovation fund to support startups, research agencies, and other entities in the ecosystem. MTN Ghana and the Ministry of Communications and Digitization are championing the Ghana Digital Agenda for Ghana's development. Welcome to the digital age.
Go Ghana! Are you struggling to pay your huge rent advance? Do you wish to pay your rent on monthly basis? Then good news is here. The government of Ghana has introduced the National Rental Assistance Scheme to help Ghanaians, especially the youth, pay for their rent on a monthly basis. To qualify, an applicant must show proof of the following minimum requirements: be a Ghanaian, possess a valid Ghana card, you must be an adult of 18 years and above, have a verifiable employment or earned income, To apply, visit www.nras.gov.gh. The scheme is currently operational in the following regions: Greater Accra Region, Ashanti Region, Eastern Region, Western Region, Bono East Region, and the Northern Region. For further inquiries, contact 0551 341 515 or 0550 408 879. National Rental Assistance Scheme, making renting accessible for all.
I came and make repair on my bicycle. It cost me about 400. More than that, I didn't finish. So if the bicycle is spoiled and the person don't have money, how is he going to repair it?
Anytime I want to go to any place, I do not pay any transportation because I have the right.
Okay, this one is 600.
So we will entreat all riders to always ride with safety in mind and make sure they ride with safety gears like helmets.
I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker. I want you. I wanna say yes, I can't resist. I want you. Ooh, I want you, Alpha Cracker. I want you so bad, Alpha Cracker.
Don't me call one casa.
Alpha goodness rich in milk and butter. In Alpha Cracker. Yummy and deliciously crunchy.
But I can't resist you.
Alpha Crackers. Simply irresistible.
This advert is FDA approved.
Now,
Obek Hanokre. Susu sang kwai bia wan to na bia man in kwai bebre.
Mommy, you fish can see my cotoso. Pepoga, send me sika from Lemonade Finance. While Brian did the shit and let me £2.
Lemonade Finance.
Say they sending money back home from UK, Canada, and now US. I accepted a instant charges. Exchange rate in Suya. Unbeatable. We should me promo code Dr. Like £10, $10, and $10 Canadian for the first transaction. With this Sunday cigar aquafino, download to Lemonade Finance.
Everyone needs the perfect snack to munch on during a fun moment. Wow. Enjoy the tasty McBerry Twist cupcakes, deliciously baked and packaged for a sweet treat. Premium quality cakes baked with love for all, enriched in butter and milk. Yummy. Oh, McBerry Twist cupcakes, simply irresistible. Try one today.
This advert is FDA approved.